Okay. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? As you know, it is Wednesday morning, and I have been covering and putting a lot of videos up about what's going on in the world right now. And I just found out last night that over 100 coal-fired power plants across the United States are being shut down by the Democrats. And this is why Canadian Prepper and the other guy were both saying, be ready for a summer of rolling blackouts in the Midwest and Western U.S., as well as the fact that we have a worsening drought in the West and the Midwest, where a major amount of our food crops are grown. Obviously, we don't use crops to feed power plants, but we use crops to feed us. And the problem is with the shortage of fuel, because the price of diesel has gotten so expensive that getting supplies to farmers has become impossible for them to buy the fertilizers and the supplies they need to grow crops. So a lot of farmers in the United States, as I said, with the dry soil and everything else, that they're not growing crops. With the situation of power grid, and the fact that the worsening food situation, yeah, you're going to see a major shortage of food. Okay. And of course, people who have medical needs for electricity, whatever, are going to get themselves in a real pickle. That's one of the reasons why I want to consider looking into what they call a solar generator, a portable solar generator. What it is a lithium-ion battery bank, very large capacity, that is charged either from the mains or from the sun, which will allow you to provide electricity to run things like your refrigerator, air conditioners, as you need to. So you don't have a total lack of air conditioning or refrigeration or anything else that needs mains power. Well, we all know that those are expensive, so something tells me that's not going to happen. The reality is the situation in the United States is bad, but overall in the world is worse. I wish I knew any answer to the question. I had woke up with 2 dreams this morning going on at the same time. Kind of like watching 2 dreams in a multiplex on 2 screens. My picture in picture. One was my dream, one was Lumi's dream, and we both kind of woke up and went, "That's weird." We're watching each other's dreams, which we've done before, but they were really vastly different. Not that different, but they were just weird. About something about situation unattainable or scorched earth kind of dreams. And then it was coming to both of us going is, how do you solve this problem? How do you solve that problem? And part of me woke up at 11 o'clock and I said to myself, do I want to get up now or do I want to go back and see if I can try to solve this? And Lemmy said, I'm getting a splitting headache. Just get up because honestly, we can't come up with an answer to these dreams because there's too many variables and we can't answer them. I said, okay, fine. So I physically got out of bed about 9:30 in the morning, and I have been up after I get dressed. Of course, my water for my tea wasn't hot, so I couldn't make tea. And so I made some cold coffee instead, but I'm almost out of instant coffee, and I have to get some more. Um, and that's what we're doing. Let's see if there's any chats on the screen. I see Krista says hi everyone. Biblically said hi Krista. Krista says how are you? I'm myself, Krista. I'm doing fine, but I kind of wonder what you were talking about when you said that Ed thought it put a hex on him, which really kind of brings up a point I might as well talk about hex jinxes, hexes, and curses. But I'll talk about that in a minute. And the thing I'm trying to say is back to the dream is, guys, everybody who's in the knowledge of what's going on, including the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, Security Council, and others, are saying the same thing I'm telling you. This is not going to go away at all. Okay, I'm sorry. I wish I could make a laugh and joke out of it, but it's not. Okay. Scotch Day, hi Michelle. As said, it's balls. Frankly, as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to kick him into a goalpost. Goal! No, on a serious note. All right, let's talk about that for a second. I don't know what the actual medical story is with his balls, but he had the nerve to accuse me of putting a hex on him. And I was like, what? All right, so what is the difference between a hex, a curse, and a jinx? All right, first of all, it's a level of severity. Usually a jinx is something small, a simple slip up, i.e., just like that, a slip up. It's not meant to cause any serious long-term problems, but it kind of does because it's just totally messes up your day. Like, for example, like you might jinx someone to somehow put on two skirts on at the same time, or make them put too much sugar in their coffee, or forgot to put the coffee grounds into the coffee pot. That is a jinx. That's usually fatal. At least it's intended to be non-fatal, but unfortunately, sometimes they do go wrong. A hex is a little more strong, usually for a longer period of time. That has more stronger repercussions, and that's what Ed accused me of putting hex on him. What a hex means is, again, it is not meant to be terminal. So in other words, it's not meant to make you hurt anyone. It's just meant. It's just, I don't know how to explain. He's actually in a rehab center. But right now, the way Ed's talking, he doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. He's calling me witchy woman and all that. And I'm not talking about it in a good way like Neil Diamond was talking about. Well, actually, Neil Diamond wasn't talking about a witchy woman in a good way either. Oh, right. Because if you look at the words of the song, Witchy Woman. How you doing, zombies? Krista says, well, Ed said he walked the house twice up the hole and twice back. Well, that's a good start. I mean, that's perfectly low. That's low impact. Sure, it's a little slow, but Krista, that's a good thing. If he's starting to do that, that's a good sign. And she says, it said he has some kind of bite inside, and they're testing it to see if it's either a Lyme or if it's a spat. Check for bed bugs. just because. I mean, we don't know anything. Or bed bugs do exist in this building, at least a little bit. You see, the problem is when you live in a building like I do, or you got a lot of people low income, they grab secondhand mattresses. Now mine are brand new, but Homeless Mike may have had bed bugs. We don't know anything about Homeless Mike's. Other than like Ed, he didn't really get a chance to keep himself clean. And so that could really affect everything too. That's it. Yes, Scott's team. He's just her friend. That doesn't sound like he wants to be my friend anymore, though, Krista. Remember what you said, that he accused me of putting a hex on him. That's something you don't say that your friend did. Okay? It looks like the predator is up that tree. What does that mean? In your head, zombie. Yeah. But like I said, that just doesn't make any sense. If I'm supposed to be his friend, why is he saying I'm not his friend? Okay? That doesn't make any sense. Cranberry singer, she is dead. Alright. Cranberry singer. Alright, let's get the Discord chat, open chat up. Let's get the general chat up, no music, and turn that on. Because we're not going to try dealing with a situation with this with the Google Meets. Because Google Meets, we don't want noodles on here, and I don't want them on here. Okay, so let's see, meet. That's for me. I need a caption so I can hear and understand everybody, but I don't want to deal with noodles. So I'm just gonna start a private new meeting. So I can turn on the caption so I can see what's going on. Okay? Because I got the other one open here in the Discord. He said he doesn't want anything more to do with you. That's what he said. Past tense, past participle says he was my friend. Right? I don't know, Chris. He doesn't make any sense. He doesn't make any sense to me, and I say that because come on, it just doesn't make any sense, Chris. Look at the stats. If I was not his friend, I would not have told him to get himself into a service center and find out what the hell's wrong with him. I would have basically said, don't do anything, it's not worth it. I told him repeatedly to do that. I told him repeatedly to plan ahead for his future. I told him repeatedly to help him, make positive changes in his life. He chose not to do anything. So, when you turn down your friend's advice, and then turns out your friend was right, and then you're in trouble. Michelle's show is really comforting. Normally in the morning, my paranoia, schizophrenia starts to kick in. I feel like I'm about to be killed. When I click in Michelle's show, always makes me feel safe. Okay, well thank you. I appreciate that. I try really hard. How about we have the Discord general chat open. The Discord general chat is open. Okay, well, not the Google Meet stuff. Can I come on and live with you, or will you adopt me? No, I can't afford to right now. You should. Yeah, that street has some serious traffic. You ever see streetwalkers out there? I haven't looked at the screen enough to determine if I don't see a lot of walkers on the street at all. I hardly ever see anyone. So, I mean, it's got traffic, but it's not. I haven't seen anyone on the street corners. Not saying that Winston may not have prostitutes and stuff, because it does, but I mean, I haven't seen that. Sorry. I don't think that's a good idea. No. So, just an interesting situation. 16 people on so far this morning, which isn't bad. I mean, 16 people is actually a very sizable number for a show that's just starting in a day. But like I said at the beginning of the show, let me figure this one out here. If we are serious what they're saying about the wheat supply of the world, that we only have 70 days of wheat reserves left. That means how many days left do we have of the other grains? I mean, are we going to end up going back to the equivalent of what Irish are eating of potatoes, carrots? I mean, if there's no wheat, there's no bread. If there's no bread, I mean, you can make bread out of other things, but wheat is most common for bread. Alright? Already they're saying for the United States that the hard winter wheat that they should be planting in a couple of months is seriously in question if farmers are going to be planting hard winter wheat. Wheat. Okay. You want to talk about wheat reserves? Okay, we'll talk about that in a second, which isn't so bad off. Wheat. W-H-E-A-T. Wheat. Which is used for everything from animal feed to people feed. To actually is used in some cosmetics, believe it or not. No, I don't usually. I'm more like I make quick fast foods and because I don't like to cook for myself alone. I like to cook for somebody else, but not for myself. Just I mean, I'll cook for other people. Meat depends on grains to feed the livestock. If there is not enough grains to feed the livestock, the price that the feedlots buy the grains to feed the livestock is going to go right through the friggin' roof as it already is. That means less cattle, hogs, and chickens are going to be processed as food. Never mind that we have a chicken flu in the United States, which is resulting in farmers killing millions of chickens. Michelle, why don't we have universal background checks in order to purchase guns? Okay, that's a question we kind of do. But for example, the shooting in the Tops in Buffalo, New York. We'll talk about that first because that's the older story. The problem is even if you have people, these guys and gals may not necessarily be going through the white market to buy guns. They buy them through the underground, through black markets in some cases. Okay, the guy in Brooklyn, in Buffalo, New York, had been medically evaluated a year before, and there was red flags. But because, if I understand the story correctly, he didn't go through a legitimate gun sale. So he got guns and he went ahead and went postal. And like I said, I don't know all the details on the story, so I'm going to just say that much. A lot of times guns will be purchased by people through underground sources. Underground sources are not going to do background checks for a lot of reasons. Number one, they're not licensed gun sellers. Okay? So they're not going to do the background checks. Number two, they involved in the dark web kind of things, which would be enough to get them on this under the microscope of the Federal Bureau of Investigation as it is. So they don't do anything legit because for them, they don't want to go through that scrutiny of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Okay, that's just a fact. The story with Texas shooting, it sounds like it's another Sandy Hook type event, and I don't know enough of the details to really say anything about how the person got the guns, where the person got the guns. But just to say that the point is, it's a tragedy, and it isn't something that is going to be stopped by just having universal background checks. Because, for example, that's one reason I have chosen not to have a gun. I've chosen that guns that are not worth it for the danger to myself or to the danger of my loved ones to have firearms in here. So I've chosen to stay away from guns. On my own personal reconnaissance, given my own personal feelings about needing to take such responsibility, I would feel I would not be ready to deal with that. Exactly. And Tiger Kitty, it's the same with Sandy Hook. I really, when Adam Lance opened fire in Sandy Hook, the minute he opened fire is the minute my cat died. Have a moment of silence for the kids of Sandy Hook and for my cat Fluffy. December 16th, 2011, 10:30 in the morning. They need to put crazies in. The problem is we got rid of the sanitariums in state hospitals, and the problem is Ed's finding out the private institutions don't want to take care of them because they can't afford it. Okay, this is not the Victorian era. the resources where people were philanthropists were financing well-run sanitariums is a thing of the past. People forget that. This is not the Victorian era, where the captains of industry would finance all these type of programs. They can't lock up every crazy. Oh, it's a problem that it's a lot older than Biden. Trust me, in this case. The problem is as old as Biden. Okay, 80 something years old. It's a problem that has been kicked down the road so many times because no one wants to actually deal with the issue of mental illness and the treatment programs that were tried. And true, since we're talking about something that's more generic, let's cover it as a more general problem because it is. The problem with mental illness is that these are people that really need help, but the system that is there for them to get that help is not able to do its job. And the reason it can't do its job is because they say we can't afford to do it. Now, if the system can't afford to do it, the reasoning is simple. The patients don't have enough money to pay for the services. Insurance companies won't pay us enough money to keep these people in these special programs. And the states are not paying enough money to keep these people in these programs. So the reason why the community the mental health program started was they said, well, now with these new psychotropic medications, we don't need to have sanitariums. We don't need to have state mental hospitals. And that turns out to be totally wrong. Because sometimes the other thing is, for some patients, not all, talking therapy and medications don't always work. Okay? We're crushing caseloads. And I don't know about that. I mean, you only got so many doctors and nurses, and I don't know. Let's just be honest. The situation is normal, all messed up. If the deep state is involved, the president is not any more than just a figurehead in the front of the deep state. Because we don't know who the deep state is. I've heard something about Trilateral Commission. I've heard, of course, about the group at Davos, the World Economics Forum. The United Nations himself is potentially full of dark people, but it's just not going to be solved that easily. Who hid that? Who hid? Oh, okay. How you doing, Craig? Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what. I'll put the public panel up for right now, but I'm gonna be honest when I say this. Keep noodles the fuck away from me, because frankly, I don't want to deal with noodles. Okay. Um. No. I don't want to leave the call. I just got in the call. That's a cute one. Yeah. All right. So let's get some people on here. Let's close the Discord chat so we won't use up all the bandwidth. All right. Hey, I don't remember Trump dictating anything. Right. The phone calls, I honestly, Dave, I really don't really want to do with the phone. It's too much of a pain. But we are taking chats. There you go. And CR. So we will have some people on the panel. What I haven't seen JoJo on here. I wonder why, I don't know. Tiger Nut. So we'll see if we can get some people on the panel today. Just be aware that Noodles is person non grata. I don't want Noodles on here. I'm sure Craig may have made a mistake. That's why you try to save power before you let fall into group of Xiaoming. There's definitely evidence that indicates that some areas of the country, the Democrats did everything they could to mess up the election. At very best, it would have been Trump would have won, maybe not by a landslide, but by a pretty good margin. Now, if Trump runs today, if he ran today, he definitely would beat Biden's campaign anyway. Because the fact is that Biden and the Democrats, just like on the big old burial Obama there, is basically have a do-nothing Congress, do-nothing Senate, and did nothing to really help the problems that we're having. That's a lot of the bridge. Anyway, it's past. It's nothing to worry about then. Well, let's just watch what's going on right now in the Georgia primaries for the midterms. Because guess what? We're seeing a huge turnout. The good news is a lot of the changes that they were doing in Georgia were not returned to the Jim Crow laws that they were being accused of. In fact, a large majority of the people actually looked at the changes as something that was positive. And people were not being turned away from the polls. How you doing, Andrew? Oh, we gotta get you on this morning. Oh, please, Andrew, please. Can you microphone talking to you today? I really want to have you on the show today. I really do. We got rid of a lot of wrenches because in case you didn't know, because there was too many wrenches and some rogue mods were deleting people off the panels and everything. So we cleared a lot of them out. Okay, Tiger Kitty's coming on. Let's get her on here. Good morning. How you doing? How's it going, Tiger Kitty? Okay, I don't even think that's a real Tiger Kitty, but I'm gonna go ahead and restart the chat anyway, as that way, in case it was a troll, I can make sure that they don't have the ability to just come in and drop nasty goopers all over my floor. Yeah, we don't know those kind of people. Okay. Don't worry, I already took care of it. I already restarted the Google Meets. So that, I know it's a fake. I got that. Because right now the point is it's over. It's too late to change it. Besides, Joe Biden is not going to win in 2024. Okay? He's not going to win. He has even lower popularity ratings than Jimmy Carter did. When Jimmy Carter ran against Ronald Reagan in 1980. In fact, Jimmy Carter would have been a better president right now. If Jimmy Carter was to run right now for 2024, I mean, seriously, if he was to run, I'd rather vote for Jimmy Carter than I would for Joe Biden. That's the truth of the matter. Of course, Jimmy Carter's an old man. I don't think he's any younger than... Okay, I see a person claiming to be Andrew Scott. Let's see if it's the real Andrew. Andrew, is that you? Sounds like it because he just went to his OBS screen. Find out in a second. Oh, I think Trump is gonna run. And I think Trump will take it. Again. And he can run for two. You just can't run for more than 2 consecutive terms. But because he didn't run in 2020 through 2024, he wasn't president. There's the asshole I don't want on here. And I mean, honestly, seriously, Noodles, go away. I don't know what Andrew's doing with the sound system, But something tells me that the trolls are storming the Bastille, and I'm not in the mood to deal with the trolls right now. DeSantis may run. DeSantis may run. He did a good job running the state of Florida. So Ron DeSantis may run. It is not off the menu. On the other hand, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not a troll. I know you're not, Andrew. But Noodles is lurking out there trying to break into my panels. And I really don't understand. Well, I think the way things are going, I think we're going to have a civil war very soon. Because I have not seen this country so divided in my damn life. And people, speaking of sound, let me do a sound test on this thing. Okay, that works. Oh. It's Creepazoid. Creepzilla himself. Noodles. Constantly trying to come in here. Noodles, go away. Nobody wants you here. Stop hamming up your goddamn no, we can't hear you at all. Andrew. That's why I'm checking my sound system. I don't even see you talking. I don't see any modulation coming out of your microphone whatsoever, Andrew. I don't know. What's your OBS volume indicator saying? No, we can't hear you at all, Andrew. Right. Not all of you. 20% of your people are lost. They'll never be back. No more republics know what's going on. I know you are, Andrew. I know you are. Would you rather me and you test it privately, and try to get it sorted for tomorrow? Because I got Noodles trying to constantly pester me to get on my panel, and I don't really know if I have the patience to deal with his shenanigans. But okay, since you're there, let's talk about the obvious thing. When you plug the microphone in, and since you're using OBS for sound, what is the OBS showing when you talk? Does it show action on the bar? Tiger Kitty, are you trying to come on the panel? Tiger Kitty, are you trying to come on the panel? I'm going to assume that's not the real Tiger Kitty either. kind of frustrating. You have a okay, Michelle, that's fine. I was just trying to get it sorted. I was going to buy a new mic after work like a few days. I just wanted to get home. I understand that. Don't worry about it, sweetie. We'll figure it out. It's probably just something simple. It might be, like you said, maybe that microphone wasn't right. Um, okay, it was you this time.
Okay, did you hear me?
Okay, I wasn't sure. See, this is why reasons why these pianos get me so up in arms because people can't be sure who's who.
Yeah, you just got to be careful about who you're taking on.
I hear you, Andrew. I hear you saying something in the back, but you're so soft. I
Yeah,
just
it's
heard
just
your
because
voice. I just heard
it's
your
just
voice.
yeah, it's just because of the lack of actual proper microphone. Um,
Oh, okay. So it's one of those things on the side of your headset.
yeah, I need to get a new one,
Can
but
you
I mean,
turn up the
obviously,
gain on OBS or in your mixer panel on your Windows?
well, I'm not using the OBS at all. Well, I've used OBS, but not for this. I'm just using it for just to say hello type of thing.
Okay. Well, just okay. So what I would do then, if you're not
I'll have
using
to
OBS to
start
do
this
the
now.
sound, is go into your Windows sound system mixer panel for a
Oh, Michelle, you're
microphone.
confusing me. You're confusing me
All
now.
right, now it's a little bit better. Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay. So anyway, how
I'll
you
get.
doing
I'll get
today?
it fixed. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It was an early start this morning, and I'm glad to be home. But I've been told I'm working night shift tomorrow night and Friday night, so oh, it's all over the place. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. So you're gonna be what? More free tomorrow? You're saying?
To a degree, yes, I will be. I will be. Until I need to get some sort of sleep in, because obviously by Thursday I'll be back on tonight's.
Oh, okay. So have you ever looked into playing World of Warcraft? Because on the U.S. servers, because I'd love to have you on the West Coast or on either Westwall or Azure. Some.
Michelle, um, there's been many times I've looked at going back to playing that game, but I just don't know if it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it. Well, I said no. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, $10 a month, for the
Yeah.
same thing, repetitive action and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, I enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. I love the game, but I just feel there needs to be a real upheaval in the game, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, that would be like Dragon Blight when that finally comes out. There's going to be a lot of changes that may or may not interest you. I don't know.
Okay.
You
Well,
know,
they might do. I mean, they would interest me certainly if they updated the graphics, they updated the ability to do certain things, because to me, after what, how many years has Warcraft been out for? 15 years at least, and it still seems the same sort of motions, that you go through.
yeah. And the thing is too is like one of the things is I'm wondering is if Blizzard is going to try to use the Dragon Isles as a way to start working on player housing. And I
Okay.
say
Okay.
that because of the fact that they're having players immigrating there. Now, I'm thinking is that could be the beginning of future player housing. And if Blizzard's halfway awake, that's exactly what they should do. As have the player housing option.
Okay. Yeah, Michelle, can you hear me clearly okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, when it comes to Warcraft housing, I think that's a difficult one because so many people play the game. So it could almost not overblast their systems or anything like that, but in a way it could because it's still a very popular game. So they're gonna have to figure out a way of expanding their sort of like outlook on terms of servers and things like that and options, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that one of the things came up was is with player housing is where are you going to put everybody? I guess you could say the same applies with IRL too. In the real world, where do you put everybody?
Yeah, unfortunately, that might be a real thing soon.
Yeah, well, it is a real problem thing. Already in the real world. So the World of Warcraft, the game, I mean, there's a huge number of players in their databases that they have to keep track of between the different server realms and the different servers, and between the EU and the US servers, for example.
Hmm.
That you know, for example, I have a character in the EU realms. I have a character. Most of my characters on US servers, and so just like you is the same thing. Is do I really want to plunk down? What was it like? €12 a month for the EU
Yeah,
side of
absolutely.
things.
Well, we don't pay euros here, but it's pounds, basically dollars. It's the same thing. Um,
Right. The thing is
but it's still a lot of money. But you have to me, if you're paying that amount of money each month, you have to be using that sort of game a lot of times, a lot
right,
of times. And if you don't, if you're not using that, then it doesn't seem worth it to me. Although,
right.
even though I still enjoy the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like the EU servers. How often am I going to be going on the EU server? Not a lot, because most of my characters are on American servers, and
Mm.
you cannot move characters from one realm server to or from one North American to EU and EU to North
Right.
America. So
That was going
basically,
to be
you're
the
starting
question I was going to
completely
ask
from
you
scratch.
because I once moved a warlock from Stormrage to Argent Dawn, and obviously that was within the EU. I couldn't do it with other continents, so
Right, exactly.
which could have been good fun.
It would have been fun if I could take Michaela from Westfall and or sorry Thunderlord and bring her to say Turo. Well, let's just say Argandon, EU. I know that's a
Right,
RPG
right.
server. I'll just use an
Yeah,
example.
yeah. Yep.
That would be fun. I think because Argandon in the EU is so busy, and whereas Argandon in the US is like basically a ghost land. Um,
Really, really, I'm surprised at that because of the lore of Warcraft. You know how so many people get into the lore of the whole game and stuff like that. I'm surprised it's quiet. I'm very surprised. And bear in mind, I'm talking to somebody that hasn't played the game for at least 7, 8 years, so I might be out of the loop now. So
yeah. Well, I mean, like right now, the server that me and Paul and Skynet play on, for example, is Ezra Song, which is a West Coast server, and it's it's pretty good. I mean, it doesn't have a huge population. It's
right,
it's not like super awful, but it still seems like a kind of a low population server. But unfortunately, what I noticed, and you probably seen it too, is that there's less players playing. And right now, there's a lot of reasons why that is.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons, Michelle, for that is because they just haven't updated the game in general. They've made many expansions and things like that, but it's the same sort of stuff you're doing each time, you know.
Right, that's part of it. But I think also is because IRL is starting to kick in. You got people now
Yeah,
having
of
to
course.
ask,
Yeah.
is this worth it? I might need
Mhm.
that extra money to pay for my heating bill, or I might need that extra money to pay for my electricity bill.
Right. Well, that's going to be a thing to come in the future. So I think everyone's
Oh,
going to
it's
have to
already
start
coming,
thinking
honey.
about that.
I already see it. Okay, already seeing
Yeah,
people
it's
now are
happening
trying to
now.
decide: do I pay
Right.
rent or do I buy groceries? Do I buy my
Right.
prescriptions or do I buy food? It's already happening.
But
It's
well, yeah. Obviously, those are priorities compared to a video game for sure.
in fact a couple charity programs in the EU or in the UK are saying that people already are skipping meals because they're trying to save money. Because
Yeah, yeah. I think if we can get things out of say Mariupol or Odessa or something like that, we might be okay. But it's it's all getting blockaded now, so it's going to be difficult, But
so
we
Noodles is
will we will
still
get
trying to
through this.
pester me.
You know.
Go away, Noodles. Don't want you on here. You witchy man, get out of here, Noodles. Witchy man, don't want
Why is
you.
Potts being deleted? Potts is quite a nice guy. And why is Hobo being deleted?
Oh my goodness. Who's the evil person? What the pot say?
I
Why
don't have a
am I
clue.
the
I don't
bad
know.
person? Krista, I don't think Potts is trying to say anything bad here. Potts usually is pretty good. I think Potts can be left alone right now.
Potts is okay. Potts is quite
Yeah, Potts is fine.
intelligent guy. I
Please
don't
don't.
understand why Skynet was being deleted. Why is his message being deleted?
I mean, let's be honest. He's the individual is not really trying to cause problems. Zombies, I don't know about, but Potts is not really that bad of a person, and I would say leave zombies alone for right now. But the other people are fun to plunk out. Okay.
Yeah, but Krista, I think on Skynet's case, it's clearly that he's a member, so you don't need to block him. He's clearly a
Yeah.
member. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need to. I don't want to. I don't want to get the. Again, here we go with the situation where some people may think one person's bad, and then they throw them out, and then they're
Right.
like, and then of course I go, well, no, I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Botto's
You
just
might be
saying
right about that. You might be right
yeah,
about that.
I think he
Um,
might be. Yeah.
Let me watch zombies myself a bit. I think you might be right about that. But let me watch zombies a little bit too, and and then I will determine that. But we know Potts is not a bad person. Potts has been a regular on his channel. He's on the left a little bit, but he's really not bad. So leave Potts alone. He didn't do anything really wrong.
Yeah, he's pretty decent. He's pretty decent.
Um, it's great to
Yeah.
have
Sorry,
good
Tiger was
old
saying it's good to have
Old
Matt.
Matt back. So unban him. Matt,
I
who's
don't know
Matt?
who
What
that is.
which one's Matt? Oh, you're talking about Potts? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
don't.
Matthew Pouch. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that's who
mean,
Potts is. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think Skynet's got a point. Maybe it's a case of just removing the mods for a while and just seeing how it goes, and then
yeah.
eventually, you know.
Anyway, Chris said, "Be easy with the band hammer." Okay, just saying is if you wanna time them out, that's fine, but please don't just start deleting people. Okay, because I personally rather do that. Let me do the deleting unless I really feel it has to be done. I just rather time them out or remove the message. I don't like to delete people because then I have to go through and undelete them. And I'm trying to get people to grow this channel. And
No, I realized later on, Michelle, why you removed quite a lot of the mods, or not removed, or just you know, well, I suppose you did remove their mod status, and I
well, we
get it
know
because
Carrie
sometimes
Bridges' son, by the way. It's definitely not the real Carrie Bridges' son.
you can, you know, the old expression, too many cooks spoil the broth. Well, that can be
Right,
the
right.
case
That's why we
when it
got rid
comes
of a
to,
lot of the wrenches.
yeah, man, I get that. I totally get
Because,
that,
I mean,
man.
there was like some of the mods would post show would go through and delete, and then I sit there going, "What did the person say?" And I'll go back and look, and then they're like, "It's not there," and they're like, "Oh
Hmm.
man, which mod deleted?" And one of the
Which
things
one
I
did, yeah,
notice
which one did
is
this
that
and that? Yeah.
YouTube does not give for the channel operators is a log that
Right.
shows you what your mods have been doing, so that you can see like you know, mod A removed user B
Uh huh.
because user B's comment was this, or so there's no way to go back and look at the logs to make sure that the mod is doing the right thing, and so it really makes it hard for us. The only way we're gonna see this is if we're watching the live streams, and that's when we can see what's going on.
Yeah, but you can always check which mods you have there and then, and you can decide on yourself, or with yourself, sorry, on who do I keep as a mod. Obviously, Tiger Kitty's a pretty decent mod. Obviously,
Yeah,
Skynet's a decent mod.
and I know
You
Chris is trying to do the
Chris
right thing
obviously
too.
too. You know,
But I do
Scottish Dave
agree. I do
is
agree
his
with both
answer.
Krista and Tiger Kitty. Is that some of the people here in this chat, you don't know what their itinerary is. But when you see someone like Carrie Bridges' son, or even zombies that
Right.
are basically just showing up,
I've never
saying
heard of zombies in my
inflammatory
life.
stuff, and then just walking away, they're not even a regular part of the chat.
Well,
We know that
somebody called.
Potts and I
Somebody,
have talked. We have talked about a lot of sincere stuff, and I know Potts is legit, so I don't have a problem with Potts.
yeah,
Um, and there's
yeah. I
a
think the thing with somebody calls themselves zombies is obviously a troll. You know, and that's an instant
yeah, you
kill.
know that
I would
sounds like a
say.
troll. Yeah,
Yeah, you know. I've never heard of him in my life, but so it must be just somebody just made up a name as per usual and done their thing, or tried to do their thing.
yeah. Well,
Dave,
like I
it's
said, is
myself.
because Potts says to me, he says, "Thanks, Michelle. If your mods are going to ban everyone who doesn't have the same views as them, then banning their free speech, the way things conservatives." Right. I don't want to. I don't want to ban people. I really don't want to go there. Okay. I mean, I don't really want to censor people unnecessarily.
Right,
In
right.
fact, if anything, it's the ability to have that dialogue between the liberals and the conservatives is when we can start to come up with, something that we can both agree on as far as a policy. And that's the reason I say is
Sorry, I'm
let's
just laughing at
talk.
Tiger Kitty's comment there. Scottish Dave, that's Scottish answer.
Uh,
Yeah, but you're right though. You do need to have a mixture of opinions because if you have one opinion, then it's pointless. Really, you have to have a
I
mixture
mean,
of
like,
opinions.
okay, it's like the old expression preaching to the choir. If you're a conservative and all you want is conservatives in your chat, then nothing's going to change because
No, of
everybody's
course
going to
not.
be agreeing
No.
with you.
With
Everybody's going to
yourself,
say, "Yeah,
absolutely.
you're
Yeah.
right. You're right. You're right." It's like preaching to the choir, as the expression says.
Hmm.
Trust me, the choir already knows the sermon. They already know the message. It's the idea is to have a dialogue with others that may not necessarily agree with you. And if you guys can sit down, talk about it over a cup of coffee or something a little stronger, that's fine. That's great. That's dialogue. That's what we need in this world. Matter of fact, we
Yeah,
need that more than ever right now.
absolutely. We definitely all need it because I mean, you can do as many
Oh,
crazy
Noodles,
things.
you are going away for good, my friend. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Noodles. Yeah, okay, glad my mom took care of it. Thank you very
No,
much.
not that one, Botter. The other version, the original one.
So Scottish Dave asks, "Are you from Aberdeen, Scotland?"
I'm not from there originally. Obviously, as you know, um, I've I live and work up there. Um, but at the moment, no, I'm not there just now.
So you're not originally from Aberdeen, but you work up there.
Yes, correct.
Where were you born? What town?
Perth.
Okay, Air Pairs. Okay, I don't know where that is. Scottish Dave says Aberdeen, Grampian, Bitter, LOL.
No. I'm not from Grampian at all. I'm not even from Grampian region.
Or did I pronounce that wrong? Grampian.
Yeah, it's a region of northern Scotland, which I'm not from originally. I'm from Tayside. I'm sure Dave will know where that is.
I'm sure he would. I don't know where that is. I don't know anything about Scottish geography at all.
I was brought up in there, and yeah, I was brought up there.
Potts, Krista
Hence the
says,
accent.
Potts just that Noodles sticks on me and Michelle, and we don't know what Noodles' fake accounts are and which ones the real ones are. Exactly. And that's the problem all mods are running
Unfortunately, with
into.
YouTube, you're never going to find that out until they start to pick up their ideas and start making things easier to find out what people are and who people are. You know.
So Scott
Um,
Steve's asking, where do you live right now? Where are you living now?
no, I still live up there, but I'll just type it because obviously, no, just a bit further south than that, Dave, originally, not too further south.
Yeah.
But that's where I am just now.
It says you live in Stonehaven. Okay.
No, I don't live there. I'm just here just now.
Okay. So, how do you think of Scotland versus United States, New England? Because I think New England is probably similar enough to Scotland, maybe like Maine.
In terms of weather, it's definitely very similar.
Yeah. What about
Too much wind,
the
too much
people
rain.
though?
I don't know about the people. I've never been to Maine in my life, so. But I know there's a similar sort of. Well, it's like it's close to New England, so it's maybe quite similar.
Right. Um. Scottish Dave says, "So what do you know?" I don't know. I think I missed part of the conversation. Oh, Tayside, Dundee, the Tay Bridge.
Yeah, I'm from the area
Okay, that's part of the
originally.
conversation
That
you're having inside chat.
yeah, that's the original area I'm from. Hence why I've got that accent. I don't have the northern accent. Um, but
Yeah.
it's in the same area. That's all I'm gonna say. And yes, the Tay Bridge disaster was a long time ago when it collapsed and when a train or something was on it and
Correct.
people died and
Pots
stuff
is
like
not
that.
noodles.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't know it very well, Dave, but I know like Socky Hall Street, and
Okay, that's fine,
that's
Chris.
probably all. That's
Don't
probably all.
sweat over it. um. No, he's not saying your noodles again. He said pot is not noodles. Okay. So, Potts, maybe you should unblock Botter so you can hear what Botter's saying. Because that's a good way to have a failure to communicate. If you keep people blocked, you'll never
I
get.
would say, Michelle, one of the things to do is just don't acknowledge it. Just don't acknowledge it at all. And eventually, people are just gonna get bored, and the more they try to wind you up on these matters, they're eventually gonna get fed up and just say, "Okay, we'll just
Yeah.
go and try somewhere else," And that usually, hopefully, it works anyway. Oh, you govern? Okay, okay. I know where you are. Well, I sort of know where you are. Um,
By the way, you can see we're still trying to figure out the dating thing on the computer for the videos because, like I explained in a vlog yesterday,
okay.
the YouTube content manager is partially broken. It doesn't show all my videos.
Why is that? What's happened there?
Um, that's what's happened here, and it's affecting a lot of channels. And so when you go through and you search for videos,
Hmm.
unfortunately, unless you know the exact title of the video, you can't find it. There's no easy way.
Yeah, but is there? Can you still find them on your own channel? Are they still on your own channel?
Oh, I can watch them all I want, but I just can't access them to the content manager.
Right. Okay. Well, it's maybe a good idea to maybe get a hold of a YouTuber. I know that sounds like
I did get in
a
contact with
contradiction in
YouTube,
terms.
and I asked them nicely. I said, "Could you please re-index your content manager
Uh-huh.
because
Okay.
I'm only showing 700 and something videos." And I said, "I have over 3,000 of them." And I said,
Wow.
"I'm only getting a small portion of them to show up on the panel. And so I need to get access to all 3,000 plus videos, not just the 700. How many of them still remain demonetized because they never were monetized? For example, how many of those
Oh,
videos
is that what it is?
are still marked private when they should be made public?
Public. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean.
And that's
Yeah, I see
where
what
the
you're
part of
saying.
the problem is.
Hmm.
And depending on who you talk to on YouTube, you get all kinds of crazy answers from, well, I'm not sure what to do. Well, what do you, it's your software. What do you mean I don't know what to do? You
Yeah,
know,
they should know what to do.
you
They
should
should
be able
know.
to figure something out. And I said, well,
Okay.
send message to feedback. Okay, so I sent message to feedback, and I said very nicely, I said, can you please re-index this because this thing is messed up.
Hmm.
And it's been that way since they created the newer content manager, which has never worked for me for old videos at all.
Yeah, I've heard a few people saying the same thing about the new content manager type of thing. It just it almost feels more complex than it should be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't really be as complicated as that.
I mean, like I told them, I said, look, I have a computer with 32 gigabytes of RAM, but I'm only getting about 10 pages of the videos and 50 videos at a time. That means I'm only getting access to 500 videos. What about if I want to go back to page, according to your manager, say you should be able to go page 30 or something? The problem is they don't have the ability to go to page numbers. It's just forwards and backwards. So you might
Okay.
sit there going, "Oh, I think it's on videos on page 40," and then you go, "I went to 40." Oh, you're gonna hit the right arrow or go right arrow 40 times. It's like, what? Why can't I just
Yes.
go
Yeah.
straight to a page if I know it's
It,
around page 40?
I think as well though, Michelle. Obviously, you've made a lot of content. In terms of videos and things like that. I think YouTube are probably being a bit lazy here. When it comes to people that have made a lot of content as well.
I mean, a lot of content people like. Like say for example, Linus Media Group. Linus Media Group is a major YouTube contributor. I am sure that if you go to their content manager, they probably got their direct affiliate with YouTube is probably basically giving them a special
Sorry,
API so they
sorry,
can
Michelle, just
manage
laughing at
every
you.
single video they ever created from A to Z. And yet, me, sorry, you're out of luck.
No, Dave, it's not. It's not a it cost. It doesn't cost me a thing. It doesn't cost me a thing. This is a Google Meets thing, so it's just a case of you just connect via the internet. Dave was thinking I was phoning you, so
Sketch Dave, actually, he's using Google Meets right now. So he's
yeah,
not calling America on the phone. But if he
sure,
did, if he wants to get on the snow phone, it wouldn't cost him a dime.
no, because I could use the what's it called again?
Yeah, we call it snow phone. Basically,
Okay,
it's using
phone.
voice
Okay,
over IP,
phone. I'll do. No
kind of
worries.
like Vonage, except
Yes, of course.
your phone number only be 3 digits long, and basically, also you would be able to use it indirectly to call through the switchboard here. So I can actually connect you to an outside trunk, so you can actually call an American phone call with operator
Oh,
assistance from
hmm.
me. That is.
I know a lot of us are talking about the sky high price of living at the moment, but there are still some good things out there that if you look into, you can get onto, and
I think that's the
don't
real
cost
Craig
it.
Senior, but I'm not sure. Let's check. Yes, it is. Hi, Craig. How you doing?
Hi, Michelle. Hi, Andrew.
Lord, my
Hey
ears
Craig,
What's
how you
going
doing?
on? What else? And what's up in your life?
Uh,
Oh,
not
well,
much
in
right now. I
mine,
got Andrew in the panel with us.
I need a new microphone, which I'm going to get tomorrow. I keep saying it every day, Craig, and I haven't done it yet.
Oh,
But tomorrow, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
what do you use? Headphones or?
Well, usually I would use headphones, sorry, with a microphone attached to it. But unfortunately, I bought ones that were just headsets, so I'm having to
Uh,
speak via the computer
God, I
itself. So
gotta
it's a little
work
bit
on that.
unusual for
yeah,
me.
I have one that I just got, and I think Michelle, do I sound better than I used to, right? Remember, I used to be too loud.
You sound fine. No, you sound fine to me, Craig.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
let me just.
I got one on Amazon. Uh, I think it was $29.99. It's
Oh,
one of
that
those
is so
earpiece
much
ones
better.
with the little,
Oh my God,
well,
that
you
is so
can
much.
see it. You can probably see it, I guess.
No, yeah, I need to have a look in there. It says that I could just go into the town and just buy one, but I know the one what you're talking about.
Can you see it now?
No, I can't see it just now, but I haven't looked. But I will do.
Oh, okay.
I will
Yeah.
have a look. So how you doing, Craig? It's
Yeah,
good to hear you. It's good to hear from you.
good to hear from you too. I always think very highly of you.
Oh, I don't know why.
You're polite. You're
Oh,
polite.
oh, I've had my moments.
Yeah,
I've had my moments.
but Andrew, everybody does. Everybody does, buddy.
I
All
know.
right,
Everybody does.
I'll give you the link.
What?
Scottish Steve wants to join
Oh,
Google Meets
Dave.
here.
I think you should give Ethan the link, Michelle.
Okay.
So Craig, what have you been up to today? You have a busy morning so far.
No, not too much. I was up like at 6:30 with the dog, and I was letting Winston out and fed him. Then I went in and watched a little news, and that's about it. And here I be. That's about all. I don't have anything planned for today.
Oh, it's up at 7 o'clock this morning. I had to go into work, and I'm just glad to be home. And I'm
Oh
back in.
yeah.
Oh, they've mixed me up. I'm on days one day, and I'm on nights the next. I'm on nights on Friday, nights on Thursday, nights on
Oh
tomorrow. So, but hey, it's got to be done. It's got to be done.
yeah. That's tough though.
Yeah.
They should either put you on nights or the days, one of the two. But bouncing around like that is
Yeah.
difficult.
I wasn't too happy. I was glad to
No.
let's put it this way today. I was quite Right now it's
Right.
4, so I'm beginning to feel myself slowing down now.
Yeah, well, now is it daytime there or nighttime?
It's afternoon. It's afternoon. It's only
Oh, it's afternoon, so you gotta get some rest.
well, what I'm gonna have to do tomorrow, well tonight, is stay up quite late because if I'm back on nights again on tomorrow night, I'm gonna have to make sure I've sort of like got myself back into the groove. It's just such a
Yeah, well, that's not easy.
no, it's not. The first night back's always a nightmare, and but once you get into the routine, but if they're gonna start switch me about like
You gotta
this, I'm
click
gonna
on the
get a
link,
bit
Dave,
you know.
and then if you're using your
Yeah.
phone, it's gonna have you download the
Well,
Google
you
Meets
you
app.
get some good rest.
If you're
When I
using a
used to work
PC,
nights
it's
and
bring you
sleep
right
during the
into
day, I
it.
used to wear that mask over your eyes, and
Oh right. Oh no, I've tried that, Craig, and it just feels like I'm like getting suffocated or something, even though it's not covering my
no, I know. Well, some people don't like it. That's all. And some people don't like MRIs either.
It's either that or Valium or something, that'll do the job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Ambien, Valium, something to relax you. Did you ever try Ambien?
Once, once, and I didn't like it. It made me feel a bit strange. So,
Yeah, I know.
Lunesta was another one. I tried Lunesta, and Lunesta wasn't quite as bad, but again, I didn't feel it gave me a proper sleep. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I know. Ambien works different ways in different people. Some
Yeah.
people, instead of putting you to sleep, it wires you up where you want to just go out and do things.
Right. I don't know if you ever heard of a story about Jack Nicholson. Apparently, when he was in an ambient, he was away to drive off a cliff and things like that in his car, and I thought, wow, okay, I won't be touching that again.
No,
Right
I
now,
don't
I'm
blame
waiting
you.
for Scottish
You
Dave to
you
click
take
on the
that, you got
link
to stay
to join
stay
the
home.
panel.
Yeah. You take it, get to bed, and just stay there. Hope for the
Exactly. Put your seatbelt on.
best. Right.
So we're gonna have
So
mild.
Michelle, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I just saying is we're gonna have
Good.
some mild weather. It looks like today, not too hot, not too cold. But I gotta go get some.
Well, it's not supposed to get hot again, is it?
Not this week anyway. I would say. Let me look. I can give you a quick idea when you're gonna start seeing really, really Quiznos temperatures. Well, Friday we're gonna have a Quiznos day. We're gonna have it at 26 degrees Celsius, which is about 16 plus 68. It's gonna be about 80, 82 approximately. However, Mother God is going to be turning on the broiler again as of next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Well, right now, Michelle's it's 61 degrees here, and raining.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's miserable.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Andrew, it's a good sleeping day.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Just listen to the rain.
Yeah, it's still too early though.
Yeah.
I still don't have my dinner yet, so.
Oh, for gosh sake! Okay, you need to eat and get yourself going. No, I'm glad you came on, even if it was briefly.
Yeah,
I know you got
a little while.
Yeah, well, that was nice of you. I appreciate it. It's always nice talking to you. I see you on Rosie's once in a while, but there's so many people on there, it's hard to keep up.
It really is, because the chat just flies up so fast, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. It's nuts. But in fact, I don't even know how she keeps up. She's pretty good about answering the chat. I mean,
Yeah, she definitely can. She can catch certain things out, and then she'll get back to it, even though it's like say 10 messages beforehand, that she'll still reply. And I still think,
all right. Anyway,
No,
Craig,
it's
did you
good.
see
Were
those?
you with the bicycle? Did you look at the bicycle ride, Taco Tuesday bike ride yesterday?
Craig,
By chance?
I haven't been on there for ages. I just haven't had time,
Oh, okay.
at the time.
I don't know, was it? Maybe last week I saw you. I think it was last week, I guess. I don't know. I did see you on there, though, once.
For a quick hello. I don't think
Mhm.
it was a bike ride thing. I know there was a video about the bike ride thing, but I didn't actually see it live, if that makes sense,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I'm sorry, Michelle. Go ahead. This is your
I was
channel.
going
I
to ask
forgot.
you,
It's not Andrew.
did you take
It's
a
not
chance
Andrew's
to
in
take
my
a look?
channel.
I'm sorry, Scottish Dave wants to come on now. Let's get Scottish Dave on here. Hello, Scottish Dave. How you doing?
It's wonderful talking to you, Andrew.
Yeah, likewise, my friend.
Big hugs to you.
Big hugs, man. Big hugs back, man.
Oh yes, Daddy.
Oh, shut up.
I don't think that's the real
Keep saying that.
Scottish. I don't think that's the real Scottish Dave, guys. Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there really is a Scottish Dave.
Yeah, that's not even the same logo. Okay.
No, Michelle, did you see what happened before? I was watching, but I wasn't, on. And I deleted blocked people or something. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That wasn't me, I want you to know.
Oh, I know. I saw a
deleted-
few innocent
I
people
did
get...
Skynet, I think. Skynet.
Yeah. I know. I said that. Don't worry. He's up over Skynet's unblocked now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I wonder who the hell
Anyway,
did that.
so what I'm trying to say is
Rogue Mod.
that
Yeah, I guess.
did you see the news articles I sent you of what's going on in the economy in the world? I sent you a whole bunch of text articles.
Yes. Thank you.
And what do you think
I
about what
did.
you're reading when you were reading those or listening to them?
Wow. Basically, very kind of depressing. What's going on.
It
and there's
is.
nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, it is. It's depressing.
Yeah, and that what happened in Texas is awful.
Oh,
Killing
terrible.
19 kids.
What happened in Buffalo, New York
what's
is equally awful. And the guy in
No,
Buffalo,
not
New York,
yeah, Buffalo and Texas. Texas yesterday. A young guy walked in an elementary school, and I think 19 people, right, Andrew?
Yeah,
basically, it's another Sandy Hook all over again.
And we can ride again.
That's just a fake one. I'll get rid of him as soon as I can catch him.
Yeah, that's not Scottish Dave. He wouldn't. First of all, he wouldn't do that. He goes on to Rosie's channel, and I know he wouldn't do that. So I know that.
I hope not.
Yeah.
No, he would never do that. No way. He's a regular on there, and I think she knows him personally. I believe.
I've spoken to him a few times. He's a footballer, an ex-footballer, apparently.
Yes.
And he used to apparently play up here and stuff like that. I don't know. But you can never tell with people. Sometimes you've got to be very open. And the only way of being open is by coming up and talking. And I know that's not for everybody. I know that's not for everyone. People have different ways, but you just never know. You just never know who's who, really.
No, absolutely not. I agree with you, Andrew. Absolutely.
One of the things I kept asking myself this morning when I was waking up, because I was having two dreams, I guess you could say it's kind of like being in a multiplex and watch two movies at the same time, because one was my dream, one was Lumi's dream. It was kind of similar theme, but it was a little bit different each one, but not that much. The question kept coming up is, how do we solve the problems of the world? And Lumi said, she said to me, Michelle, I'm waking up with a splitting headache because I don't even know where to begin. I said, well, I still want to know the answer, so I want to sleep. She says, I don't want to sleep. I want to get dressed. I'm sick and tired of watching this dream. It's like a nightmare that just keeps recurring over and over and over again.
Number
And
one, I would say don't watch the news, because it's so depressing, Even though I'm the one of the worst people for doing that. And people tell me all the time, don't watch the news,
You need to go.
press and stuff like that. But it's hard not to. It's hard not to watch the news.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if that's your choice. It's like anything else. You don't like a channel, then you don't go to it. That's all.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
well,
If
the
they
thing
treat you
is,
poorly, screw it.
my personal experience is if you don't watch the news, then you unfortunately get out of touch with everything that's going on, and then you don't know, for example, if something good comes along. For example,
Yeah, I know. I know what you
many
mean.
states now, this is what Carlos never asks me, is what's going on with my state of Chicago regarding stimuluses in Illinois. I don't know, because I do know that they were giving out gas cards to families to get gasoline, like $400 for individuals, $800 for families. Now, of course, if you don't drive a car, that's not going to do you a hell of a lot of good. But also,
of
there
course not.
was also a guaranteed income program. They'll pay you a monthly wage. That was a lottery because it was like a pilot program. And I do know about that. But the thing is that if you don't watch the news, you wouldn't have known even that much.
Yeah, of course. But there are other ways of finding out, I suppose, like using the internet,
Yeah.
Yeah, but even
Well,
the
you can
internet
watch 15, 20
basically.
minutes of the news and you know what's going on.
Right. Absolutely. That's very
But the only
true.
thing with the
That's very
internet,
true.
my
Yeah.
personal experience is, it's like you have to, it's like you have to, like when you're panning for gold, you're gonna sift out all the mud and the dirt and the rocks just to find those itty bitty little gold nuggets that might be hiding in the dirt. And it's not
Right.
gonna be easy to filter all that out, because there's
Oh,
so
no, it
much
isn't.
misinformation out there. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, a lot of people. I hate the term fake news because I think news is news either way, but a lot of it is either sensationalized or it's desensationalized.
Yeah,
sensationalized.
sensationalist. You're right.
So
I
if
think
it's
that
Yep.
yeah,
I really was looking forward to the news article about Elon Musk, but now I looking at it is, I don't know if it's based on actual truth or if it was kind of sensationalized. Maybe it was to happen and it didn't happen. See, now this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about when you guys start basically like panning for gold. What? Okay, so you're trying to find out. This news article says Elon Musk buys YouTube, and then you go wondering is, okay. Somebody says, well, how come I can't search for it on Google? Probably because number one, Google wouldn't want anyone to know if Elon Musk really bought YouTube. Number two, well, he could have bought YouTube. The truth is, I'm sure that the mainstream media, on the which is on the left side, is going to be sitting there screaming to the high hell about how he was first going to buy Twitter, and then he changed his mind when he saw that
yeah.
a
That's what I was
huge
thinking. Because
number
the
of
last
Twitter
time I
accounts may
heard,
be fake accounts.
he was gonna buy Twitter.
All right, I'm gonna have to deal with that guy. Next time Clownface shows up on the screen, tell me so I can blink him. Okay, I can't always keep an eye on a million things at once. Typically said you should apply for the gas card, Michelle. I don't live in Chicago. I live in Connecticut, and right now we don't have that yet.
No, I don't think Long Island either. I haven't heard about it.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Me either. And as far as Musk goes, I mean, he's got to get out of the Twitter thing that he was going to buy.
Well,
First, he's in a.
buy it, but I don't know what's happened. For some reason, he couldn't buy it. I don't know the reason.
Yes.
Why? I don't know the reason why he couldn't.
Well, I
You
don't
know, the
know.
problem is that he contracted to buy it. Now it's like buying a house, Andrew. You know, once you sign contract, I mean, you lose whatever money you put down,
Absolutely.
and but you know, being it's him, now he's got to find ways to get out of that contract, and I think he's having a hard time
Right.
doing that. So we'll see. I don't think he can. I don't think anybody could afford to buy YouTube, because YouTube is actually Google, isn't it?
Well, in a way, I would like him if he could buy YouTube, because I think he would give us a bit more freedom on it.
Yeah, that's true. But God only knows if Twitter is that much money. I can't even imagine how much YouTube would be to buy it. My God.
Oh,
It's got to be.
The only thing
billions
is
of
if-
dollars. Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing is, if Musk did manage to buy YouTube, is in one sense it's going to have a higher valuation than even Twitter does, because of the kind of content that YouTube has on it. Where is Twitter is just a chat format.
I think he would give.
Oh, I want to give it to that guy so bad. All right. Oh, I'm going to keep working on it. Anyway, the fact is that the valuation of YouTube is going to be much more than $44 billion. It just is. Gotcha, you bastard.
Scottish, come on, not there. I know you're not Scottish. Come on.
I don't know if it's him though. I'm not sure.
It's not Scottish. Scottish
No,
would
I
never
got
do
rid of
this.
Sketch Dave already. I just got rid of him. All right.
Absolutely not.
So let's see here. Democracy says you should apply for the gas card. We've already said that. Or you could just put gas in Grizz's car. Democracy said he had stipulations in contract. One being that only 5% of the accounts were bots, when the real numbers was over 30%.
Right. Okay.
Scottish Dave, you get on the panel the same way the fake Scottish Dave got on the panel. I sent you the link.
Yeah, but that's
All right,
that's
maybe Craig or
didn't know.
let me just send this to you again, okay? Maybe Craig or Andrew can explain this. Okay, it's really simple.
Okay, if Michelle puts the link down onto the channel, right? All you got to do is click onto the link and just click on the things that come after it, and then eventually you'll be able to Michelle.
Right. If you're using the phone,
Like
it's going to tell you need to download the Google Meets app. And if
Yeah.
you're using it on your PC, it should automatically bring you right into Google Meets.
Yeah, that's the thing, Michelle. I'm using it on my PC, so it just comes up straight away. But if I was to do it on my phone, I would have to do it. I would have
Right.
to download the app. Yeah.
Right. So with the phones, you need to install an app, but with the PC, you just click on it and it just brings you right into the. If you're using Chrome browser or even Firefox, it works
Here's
with
my
both.
Facebook profile.
Yep.
I'll fix that.
Speaking
one.
of speaking of Facebook profile, I'm thinking about getting rid of Facebook completely, considering the fact that, number one, I hardly use it. I mean, I read a few groups on it, but that's about it. And then the latest BS of Ed saying I put a hex on him, this really kind of frosted my nipples. I'm like,
Right.
you know, I said to myself, that's just too damn far. You know?
Talking about Ed, Michelle, how's he doing?
How's that doing? He's doing a little bit better. Stan's going to see him today.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, fuck you. So, I know what the problem. I know what the problem is. It's really Yam Ranch or somebody like Yam Ranch.
You get used to it, Michelle. I wouldn't let it bother you. These people are just they're always going to be out there. You just have to.
I got a better idea. What? Why don't you just mute the asshole?
That might work.
That might work too, but he still moves too damn fast. He's worse than a mosquito. I can't get rid of him.
Yeah, which is another reason why YouTube needs to get their action gear. So maybe if Elon Musk can buy YouTube, hopefully, he can maybe start actually doing some proper things, actually renovate the
Yeah, I
the,
mean,
the
first
channel.
of all, number one, I would definitely say if I was Elon Musk is don't make a condition of the sale saying you have to have less than 5% of the users being trolls or bots. Because YouTube is a lot more than that. Okay, so unfortunately, he's gonna have to clean house, and I think that's gonna be something he has to do. He's gonna have to clean house. If he really does buy YouTube, fantastic. I hope he does, but the valuation alone is gonna be a lot more than 44 billion, and you can bet that Alphabet / Google isn't gonna sell cheap.
No, of course not.
It's-
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay, maybe he's at work, but the point is somebody's doing a yam ranch over there. Maybe a noodle supporter.
I mean, you could also have somebody cloning Yam Ranch. That could also be the case as well. You know, it's just impossible.
Just
to
remember,
tell.
Ed said you cursed him when he has to move back in. Oh, I already told Krista that I don't want Ed here. I don't want Ed here. I've already said that to Noodle. I already said that to him. I don't want him here. So, I mean, because of the fact is that he's now acting like it's my fault that he's in this boat. When the truth is number one, okay, yes, he did come up here to visit me. Yes, I really thought we could get together and we could work it out. Yes, we did give it a try. Yes, at the time he was doing much better. Unfortunately, as he got himself situated, he started to do less and less and less and less and less, and started to really decline. And to the point, and he looked like Jabba the Hutt, basically a big fat man laying in a chair, didn't do nothing. I wasn't doing any better either. So
it's usually the case, Michelle, but at least you've been out and about lately in the last few videos you've done. You've been doing stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's fantastic.
I think it's important for me to get active. Okay, some people pointed out to me, said, well, you're not eating a lot of vegetables. Yeah, well, first of all, I got a loose tooth in my mouth. I hear. And it's alive. It's still connected to nerves and blood vessels and everything. But what I need to do is get a dentist to find a way to fix it. I don't know what they would do. Maybe they would pour some, dental cement around it or something.
Oh, you might get the dreaded what's it called? What's that thing that you do? The root canal.
It's still alive
like an
though.
implant or something.
Yeah, it's something like that, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Root canal is not fun.
Oh, it definitely isn't. I've had one. No,
Yeah, I know.
No, it's not fun, but I don't think the root canal in this case
you're gonna have pain relief, but I tell you, you still feel it. You still feel the.
I don't have any pain. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It's just because it's loose, and we know it's still connected to blood vessels and nerves. I don't want to rip it out of my mouth. I mean, it would be very easy if you're eating the wrong food. It's too hard. All of a sudden, your tooth comes out of your mouth. And it's being held in place right now by the gums. If you, it wouldn't take much to pull it out. I mean, I would just gotta be very cautious with it. If I can keep my tooth immobilized, maybe it can heal. Because it's not actually dead. It's quite alive. Thank you. But the problem is that dentists are so expensive. I never saw.
They're not cheap, that's for sure.
No, they're not. Unfortunately, unless you got the bronze plan on the healthcare.gov, you're not going to get dentist. And even then, if you get a bronze care and healthcare.club, see, now here's the thing that most people don't realize. Connecticut pays for the
Did you
Medicare
take
Part
it?
B premiums for qualified Medicare beneficiaries. Okay,
That's
that's a lot of money. It's like $200+ a month that's being paid by the state of Connecticut. Now, the thing is, if you, in order to compare a bronze plan with Medicare, you have to look at a state that doesn't pay the premiums for qualified Medicare beneficiaries. If you live in a state that does not, then you compare the price of Medicare Part B premiums with a bronze plan. You're going to find out they're about the same. But the bronze plan includes dental, includes vision, and probably includes hearing. Although, unfortunately, the monthly deductible might be a little bit high, but at least then it's comparing apples to apples. At least it's more or less one-to-one comparison.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, what I'm getting on Medicare is crap. They're not fixing teeth, they're not fixing hearing, and they're not fixing eyes. Now that is so stupid.
I think the only thing you can do with that is, well, it's like it's an old expression here. I don't know what it's like over there, but over here you've got to chase it up. It doesn't come to you. You've got to find out for yourself what's available to you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, and I looked into it on healthcare.gov. See,
Okay.
we don't have an NHS here. I wish we did.
Well,
Because
in
I
terms of
know
dental
that
care,
NHS isn't the perfect everything. At
No,
least
of
as
course
far as
not,
I
no.
understand, some basic dentistry stuff like preventive dentistry is probably part of it.
I don't know, because anytime I've been, like, even without a job or whatever, I still had to pay, you know, and they still charge you, even for, like, say, £40 an x-ray. It was just like $35 an x-ray for one tooth, you know.
Yeah. Well,
But
that's still
when
not...
it comes to the medical type of things, in terms of being
Scott
a
Steve,
doctor
I
or
did explain it to you how to get on the panel. You click on the link, and even Andrew explained this. You click on the link that I sent you, and that will bring you to the panel. I've told you this. Andrew S. told you this. Tiger Kitty told you this. So, again, I'm going to send you the link one more time so you can see it, okay? So, here we go. Alright? So, what you do now is you see the link that's underlined. You click on the underlined
Dave,
link.
That's not true at all, Dave. That's not true at all. Especially if you're in dental, you still have to pay your work. You still have to pay on work. If you're off work, sorry. So that's not quite true.
Well,
It's different if you're going to the doctors, if you're going to the hospital to see about a broken leg or something, then you'll get charged nothing. But if you're going for dental work, like extreme dental work, it could be a root canal, they're going to charge you.
Yeah, as some reason they see dentists as a completely different story than they do with a primary care physician like an internist. I don't know why. I mean, we're not talking about cosmetic dentistry here. We're talking about the ability to properly chew, aka masticate your food, so that it can properly be processed by your digestive system.
Yeah, I've been telling people this for years, and people are like, no, you can get it done free. No, you don't get it done free. You have to pay for it. I mean, okay, if you want Kim Kardashian teeth, you're definitely going to have to pay for it.
That's for sure.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Trust me, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's different down in good old Glasgow.
Things are okay. It's fairly calm Wednesday morning. It's clown face is back again. I did see if I can get rid of him. Oh, I couldn't. I missed
Right,
him.
Craig and Michelle, I'm gonna have to nip off.
This
Craig,
guy
I'm gonna
is
be-
an idiot. I can't.
Well, that's up.
All right, Andrew, you're gonna blast off and get some rest?
Absolutely, and some to eat as well, and then some rest,
Yeah.
and then I shall be around tonight, so I'm gonna stay up a bit late, so I'm back on night shift tomorrow again. But I will see you guys hopefully soon, and everyone take care and love you all.
Yeah.
Love you all too. Thank you, Andrew.
Take care. Take care, boys.
Be
I'll
well.
see
Be
you
well,
guys,
my buddy.
Andrew.
No worries.
Yeah.
Bye now.
See you soon, Andrew. Okay.
Take care. Yeah, you stay to yourself,
Yeah.
Michelle. Take care. Bye. Bye bye.
Take care. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to catch up with that clown posse face, whatever. Gonna get rid of that person. Get yourself.
Michelle, can you make it so I can see the chat? I can't see the chat. I don't know why.
Oh, well, reason I don't have it on the screen is because of some of the troublemakers in the past, but I'll put it up.
Oh, okay.
Besides that,
That's
the
all right.
problem, the other problem is too, Craig, is you see that background there? It's so light. If I put the chat up on the screen, what's going to happen is you're absolutely not going to be able to see the chat. So,
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hello to anybody on the chat that I know. So, is Tiger Kitty coming on today?
let's see if there's any way I can make this. I do have a lot of different chats. One, we have a YouTube stream chat. Nope, that doesn't show up on the screen. You can barely see that one. Twitch chat. Nope, barely can see that one either. There's another restream chat. I don't even know if that's the right chat. I think that's the right one, but can you read that? That's kind of small.
No, it's too small. Yeah, I can't read it. My eyes are not that good.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll try to help you along with some of these comments as we
Look out,
can.
here comes Paulie.
Devil Clee
Here
says
comes
you can
Paulie.
go to a dental school and get cheap work done. Yeah, the nearest dental school is in Farmington. That's a hell of a walk.
Well, Paul and I are dentists. We'll come over. Paul, do you want to come over to Michelle's and take care of that tooth?
Steve Scotland. All right, we'll try this person. View all. Skynet. All right, I'll accept Skynet and this other guy. I ain't got anything else worse going on. So let's see, guys. Hello.
Yeah,
both of
that's
you.
Skynet.
Hey.
I didn't take you out before. I hope you know that.
No,
That was not me.
No, I didn't think it was you.
No, absolutely not.
What's going on, guys?
I don't know. We've had Scottish Dave supposedly.
Not much. So we got a clown face that keeps saying he's Scottish Dave, and it's not. Now we got a person named Dave Scotland, which I wonder if that's Scottish Dave, but maybe I don't
Are
know.
you the
Maybe
real
it is. It isn't.
Dave?
I don't know.
Yeah, that may be the real one.
Well, let's let him talk. Are you the real Dave?
I
Hello.
can't tell. How you
Hello.
doing?
Hello? Is this a real Scottish Dave?
He's not saying anything, but he didn't say anything nasty either, so I guess we'll find out as we go.
Well, he said hello, but then we're like, are you the real Scottish Dave? And he hasn't said shit.
Right.
Well, a real Scottish Dave wouldn't be doing that silly stuff anyway. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, so anyway,
He's
like I
a
said,
straight shooter. He's a gentleman.
So come on, Scottish Dave, what's up? Dave Scotland, who are you?
Come on in. Speak your piece. Come on.
Podium's open.
yeah, audio's open, but he's got himself muted, though, for some reason.
He's probably gonna do something crazy later, Michelle.
Ugh.
Oh, I hope nobody shows me their weenies. Oh my God.
No, he's not muted by
I get
us.
so embarrassed.
He's not muted by himself. He's
Hello.
unmuted now. Go
Oh,
ahead.
there you
Hello,
go.
Yes,
Dave.
Dave, we
Hello,
see. We hear you.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yes, we
Dave.
hear you.
Can you
Loud
hear
and-
me?
loud and clear.
Yes, we hear you.
How are you, Dave? No,
Yeah,
Dave, I
I'm
see a lot on Rosie. Yeah, you go on Rosie's channel, right?
No, I was
Do you
having
go on-
problems.
Oh. No, I know I saw you on Rosie's channel.
You see me on Rosie's channel.
What the hell?
Why would you permit
Hello?
that guy on, Michelle? Out of all people's names, why would you be like, oh yeah, that guy seems trustworthy?
All right, so I don't know.
Yeah, we hear you, Dave. You were having some technical difficulties. Yeah, there's also like a huge delay. I think it's because maybe you're in Scotland, we're over here, so whenever we talk,
Where
you
are
talk. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Where are you? Where are you in America?
We are located on the East Coast. Michelle is in Winstead, Connecticut.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on Long Island, Dave.
All right, so you're like Brooklyn, Queens.
No, I'm not on the island. I'm about 28 miles from Montauk Point.
He's
I'm all the way out in the sticks. Yes, I'm about 2 blocks from the ocean.
Wow. So
And it's nice and breezy here.
the weather's
So in
nice
other
here
words,
too.
when it gets
isn't
hot, Craig
Yeah,
can go
that
swimming
was beautiful
in the
today,
ocean,
Dave.
or he can swim in a swimming pool. He has both.
Yeah, it's
pretty nice
beautiful.
outside Michelle's place too.
Yeah, it's sunny here. And it's not hot at all. It's nice. Beautiful day.
Right.
Yeah. Now, today it's not going to be bad, but next week it'll be much hotter. A Tiger Kitty wants to come on the panel now, but it's just the real Tiger Kitty.
Good morning, Michelle.
How you doing? That's the real Tiger
I don't
Kitty.
know. Ask her to show you her boobs. Then we'll know.
Yeah, that's the real Tiger Kitty. You can tell by her voice.
Yeah.
How are you today, Tiger Kitty?
Yeah, not bad. I'm pretty good.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
What are your plans for the day?
I've got loads of washing to do, so I've got to do it.
Oh yeah. Fucking.
Ugh.
Oh, I hate doing
I
that.
just found out I still got a pile of socks that are dried and I gotta sort. I just found
Are
them
they
sitting
Ed
on the
socks or your
dining room
socks?
or on the little big room table. Because at the time they were damp, so now they're dry. And I should fold those up and put those in the drawer.
Michelle, speaking of socks, while you're doing that, if you want to go ahead and pick up one of Ed's shoes and just slide that into a box for me and put it in.
Sorry, I mean, I know you're
post
talking about
office.
NFT stuff, but seriously, you don't want his shoes, and you certainly don't want his socks.
Michelle, I don't want his shoes. I just
What the hell is that?
a very small mouth.
Well, Skynet just wants something to remember Ed by, right?
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, like a little memento.
Who wants
Right
to
now,
trade
given way
He
it's
said
been
I could have it.
acting,
I called in and he was all.
I
like,
got a feeling, given
"Yeah,
what's
I don't
gonna
mind."
what's happening right now with Ed, is gonna be another Amber Heard, Johnny Depp situation, and I think that's the reality. I don't think it's gonna work
You think
out.
he's gonna
and-
shit in your bed again?
No, he's not coming back.
Well, Stan
And,
said
uh,
that they are
Michelle.
trying to get him into an alternative housing, but the thing is he only gets about $800 a month, and most of these places want at least $1,200, and he don't have it.
Well, they can't just leave him on the streets, so something has to be done. But Michelle, you really need to make Ed aware that it's not going to happen if he thinks he's coming back, because
Yeah, I already
You might-
did. The problem is I'm
Okay.
not directly talking to Ed right now because he doesn't have access to a phone. And every
Right.
time he talks to me, lately he's been putting me down and saying I put a hex on him and other kind of nasty
What?
shit, and saying that
Well, I'm not.
to
I'm not shocked.
Krista that I'm not her friend. He's
Oh
just
my
he's
goodness.
becoming angry and bitter, and I don't understand why, but that's what he's been doing. Is that
Well,
he's now saying that I'm not Krista's friend, that I'm using Krista, that I'm
I think that
abusing
can come with
Krista,
dementia.
that I
They can
abused
become more
him,
violent.
I
That's
put a
probably what
curse
he's
on
got
him.
going on.
All this kind of talk, and it doesn't make any sense.
Well, he did say that Schmeckel Cat could have one of his trains, so maybe that'll cheer him up.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
He
that's
did
nice.
not. I can't even get Ed to even talk to me about anything about anybody with trains.
What about the Hot Wheels set?
Or my TV, the same as everyone else. Well, you just come right back on, Dave. It's easy. Just click the link to get back on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll get up. I just wanted to come on and say hi. You know, I know I'm intimidating and stuff. So.
No,
Well, that's nice of you, Skynet. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, no,
know,
I gotta get back to work anyways.
all
But
right, but he got booted off. He didn't.
Are we playing World of
no, he
Warcraft?
didn't.
Skynet, are we
I
playing World of Warcraft tonight?
yeah,
What time? 9 or 8 or 7?
a little bit earlier.
7?
7.
8. Yeah, 7:30, 8. Yeah, something like that.
7:30 p.m. Okay, about that.
Yeah, Michelle, Ed
Yeah.
has nobody to be angry with but himself. He put himself in that position. He
Yeah.
shouldn't be angry with you or anybody else.
You're right.
He did it.
Hi, Dave. I can hear you.
Yes, Dave, I can hear you. I think
I
as
got
far
cut.
as Ed goes,
I got cut.
I think the problem is
Everybody
Is
keeps talking
Ed-
at the same time.
Michelle, let Dave talk.
Go ahead.
Hello, Michelle. So, are you cooking? Are you eating well?
I'm eating okay. I gotta get some more
Yeah,
food
it's just
at the
if you have a
store.
yeah, it's just because if you have a friend that's in hospital, sometimes it can, you need to eat well to make yourself feel a bit better as well.
Well, right now
Yeah,
I'm
that's true,
I'm
Dave.
trying to eat up what he has in the refrigerator, but the problem is he didn't buy any vegetables or fruit, and of course with that loose tooth, I can't eat certain vegetables because I'm afraid it's gonna rip the sucker right out of my mouth if I eat an apple, for example, unless I chop it up in pieces and chew on it that way.
I know.
Yeah, so. We don't have NHS here in America, so
What have you been
unfortunately,
doing? So, have you visited?
have I visited a dentist? No, I can't afford it. Aspen Dental may be
All right,
affordable,
so-
but they told me a couple years ago I'd be $128 just for cleaning. And I'm like, okay. That was now if I had, I don't. I hate this term, and I think anybody who watches my show knows this. This is not e-begging here. If I had
Stop
if
that
I had to study,
terrible,
if I had to study,
terrible thing, Michelle. Michelle, get rid of that person beheading somebody.
I'm trying to get rid of these people. The problem is, Tiger Kitty,
That was
is-
horrible. That was.
it's like playing whack-a-troll. I can't get rid of
Yeah, I
the
know.
person. They jump on the chat before I can even boink them. So, are you faster with the mouse? Maybe you can slam them.
I can't stop them if they're in your chat.
Okay.
Only you can do that. I just. Well,
Yeah.
So, what do you do in America, Tiger Kitty?
not a lot.
You're a
Like
pisser.
soccer or something.
You're a pisser. Not a lot. I'm sure everyday chores are enough for you.
Oh yeah, I mean I got lots to do.
So anyway, like
Yeah,
I said,
if I went,
unlike the UK, we don't have a national health service. We don't have an NHS
Yeah.
dentist that I could go to. because I would definitely be.
If I lived in America,
I definitely would be on a disability pension.
if I lived in
And
America, yeah,
yeah,
rob a bank,
and
Michelle.
so the few dentists I have talked to about different care needs have said, well, they're gonna cost. They've given me the price quotes. I've been in for estimates, and they're way too much
Yeah,
money. And the thing is
yeah.
when
Rob a bank, Michelle.
Andrew said, good to hear that Ouija accent. That's at you, Scottish Dave, I think.
I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Andrew said, good to hear
Aberdeen
that.
accent.
I don't have an Aberdeen accent. I have a Glaswegian accent.
He
but
said
it's
Ouija.
derogatory to call it.
He said
Yeah,
Ouija.
I'm a Ouija. It's derogatory for Glasgow.
Okay.
It's derogatory.
Okay.
What, saying Ouija?
Yeah, the term Ouija is derogatory.
Oh, Andrew, that's terrible. Don't be nasty to the other Scottish person.
It's a derogation.
Oh, I think he was joking. He said laughing.
No,
at
I
me.
know. So, how long have you been in America, Tiger?
Ouija. Oh, I see.
5, 6 years? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. 1 minute. Gonna put the
So,
tea
you're a
in.
doctor then?
A doctor?
Gianni,
Yeah.
Why would I be a doctor?
I personally, between Ed and
It's just
Jimmy,
your
I don't
picture
want to
looks
get
very
in the middle of that.
sophisticated.
I'm just gonna tell
I'm
Jimmy the
not
truth that
doctor.
Ed's not here, and I can't. And he already knows Ed said he was
Is
going to
that
hospital anyway.
a
So I
joint you're
think
smoking on your picture, Tiger?
That's actually a New Year's Eve thing
Tiger.
with blow.
Well, Michelle, you don't have to worry about Ed coming back in the house because he's going to be in physical therapy probably for 6 weeks.
right,
That's the normal range that they do that.
right.
And then that'll give them a time to place him in a assisted living or whatever they feel is necessary, depending on his capabilities on what he's able to do.
Some people have asked me, since Ed's not here, are you going to be responsible for his 400? And I asked Jimmy this, and he says, no, you would not be responsible for his $400, which is what Jimmy told me. So that's good. But right now I'm trying to eat up the food in the refrigerator that Ed already bought, and I saw that he bought a lot of meat, but unfortunately he didn't buy really any vegetables. And so I'm looking at this and like, well, some of this stuff really needs some vegetables to go with it. He loves canned food. I'm not really heavily into the canned tin stuff. I will eat it, but it's not my thing. So I'm trying to figure out what to do with all this stuff that I will not eat or I don't want. And I'm thinking about if when I see Krista again, maybe me and her can bring it down to the local food cabinet we have in the corner here. There's a donation cabinet for food, and just dump it there. Because I mean, the stuff is like, we have so much stuff that Ed loves, but stuff I can't stand. And
Well, Michelle, any of the canned food, put in your pantry and save it because God knows what's going to happen with the food eventually.
I know that's true. That's true. I agree. But if it's food that I'm either I'm allergic to, I don't see any baked beans in there. This is good because I'm allergic to I hate baked beans. I hate baked beans with a passion.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is, yeah, it doesn't hurt you to stock up on a little canned food. And Michelle, do you like kale? Do you like kale with butter on it?
I like broccoli. I like corn. I got some carrots.
Yeah, well, kale is a very nutritious vegetable, and when you cook it down, it's very soft to eat.
Right.
If you can get some frozen kale, and that's got more nutrients in it. It's like spinach. Spinach got so much
They
good
say kale.
nutrients.
They say kale doesn't really have much of a flavor though.
Oh yeah, it does. It's got a bitter taste. You got to put salt, pepper, and butter on it.
Yeah.
And I usually cook it. I sweat out some onions. I don't know whether you like onions. I
Yeah.
sweat them out and then put it in the kale, and you can put a little bacon in the kale, whatever.
Yeah.
I can't say I've ever had it. I don't think I'm allowed it anymore.
Kale.
There's so much stuff I can't eat now. I can't have potassium.
So there's probably a lot of things in your
Tiger Kitty, do you have
cabinets you end up
diabetes
basically throwing in the
what?
tip.
I have kidney disease.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, that might be a little rough on the kidneys.
No chocolate, no milk.
No banana.
What are you allowed to eat?
No potatoes. I can eat pasta. I can eat rice.
He's fine.
That sounds like your diet is no fun.
Tiger,
It's not innate.
the pasta makes you go faster.
Does it?
Yeah. Take lots of pasta and you run quicker.
Is that true? Well, you see, you used to be a footballer.
Yeah, that's what athletes eat. Athletes eat pasta, rice, and chicken and stuff.
Rice is good.
Yeah, that gives them energy.
But personally, I'm not too
That
much.
gives them energy, Dave.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Pasta makes you faster.
I'm not too keen on meat. I'm not too keen on meat. I'm kind of lost in
Yeah.
meat feeling. I don't like. Paul's counts. Come on now. At least it's,
Morning, Paul.
Yeah, but morning, Paul. But you need one steak a week, Michelle. A good steak once a week.
I can only eat enough meat
yeah,
the
but
size
you
of
know
a
the
pack
thing
of
is, though,
carbs.
Craig, is personally, given the prices of meat, I really don't think I can afford to buy it. And second of
Me
all,
neither.
eating meat actually to me is almost unappetizing. It's not something I enjoy doing. I very much would prefer a
I'm addicted to
vegetarian type
McDonald's.
meal than a meat
Dave.
loaded one.
Down those burgers pretty good, Michelle. I got some.
Oh, I've got to go look for a lighter now.
I got some lunch. I got some burgers for lunch today, Michelle. Some
I gave up
McDonald's.
smoking a couple of years ago.
I don't smoke.
Shit,
It's
we
for
got-
weed.
I gave up smoke.
We got Dave.
All right, so that was.
Is that Scottish Dave?
Yeah, it's Scottish Dave. I got to go get a
good
lighter.
day. Greetings. It's good to put a voice to
Hello,
the name.
Paul.
Yeah, it's good to put a voice.
Oh,
to
that's what I was going to say. So that's what you have there on that photograph. Then is that a big spliff then on your profile photograph, Tiger?
Kitty cat. Oh yeah, Tiger's picture.
Yeah, that's a big spliff. That's a big spliff she's smoking.
Yeah, she's smoking a joint. I'm about to join.
I gave up.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you?
I
That's good.
I gave up. No, I gave up smoking 2 years ago. I took the nicotine gum and then I went on to ordinary gum, and I've not smoked a cigarette for 2 years.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's I really got to get on that on your same mentality level. I got to stop smoking myself.
I mean, for
Well,
example,
I don't drink alcohol.
That's
I don't
good. I
drink
rarely
alcohol.
drink either, but they do go hand in hand.
Yeah, as the saying goes, what's your favourite drink? An open one.
Yeah. Well, my nephew asked me, "What's your favorite kind of beer?" A cold one.
yeah, but
Anything
Johnny,
cold.
even McDonald's, I'm not eating as much as you might think. And second of all,
Oh,
is
Michelle,
I
I got a
don't have
boatload.
to
Hold on, check
touch.
this out.
I don't have to touch raw meat. I don't want to touch raw meat. It makes my skin crawl. Honestly, it really does.
don't-
I don't
What
like
do you got
touching
there,
raw
Paul?
meat.
I like steak. I don't like touching steak. I like eating it, but I don't like touching it. It's horrible.
A breakfast
Right,
lunch and
just-
dinner right here.
I don't like touching the raw
15 bucks.
meat itself and then throwing it on the
Oh, what's
skillet.
in
In the
there, Paul?
skillet. It just
Check this
sorry,
out.
it
Here
just
we go. Ready?
cringes me out.
Let's see how
Paul, is
fat I
that
am.
all
Ready?
for you?
One.
Is that a Big Mac? Are they Big Macs?
Nugget.
They're all nuggets.
Another Big Mac.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
A quarter pounder with cheese. And we got another quarter pounder with cheese.
What?
Yeah, you just
Oh.
stick them in the microwave.
Exactly. That's what I would put them
By
in
the
the
way, the
oven.
background that you see in front of
I do that too with the
Paul,
with
or
the
back of Paul
McDonald's,
is actually my other studio.
McDonald's value menu. I get about 8 or 10 cheeseburgers and put them in the freezer.
There you go.
And when I want
You
them,
can buy meat. Buy meat from supermarkets.
And that's
and
another
just
reason
freeze it.
why I
get,
haven't
like,
been going to McDonald's that much. Is it's gotten so expensive to go there.
Let's smash this Big Mac now. Fuck it.
It's not really
I,
economical to
thank-
go out to eat anymore.
well, I told you, Michelle, if you get the McDonald's app, they have special deals every day.
That's right.
I have
Like
the app.
yesterday, they had quarter pounders, buy one get one free, and that's a big sandwich.
Well, first of all, the problem with McDonald's app or the special deals is you have to actually pick up the food in the drive-thru. But what if you actually aren't driving because you got feet? Then you can't
Well, what I
necessarily
would
go
do
into
is,
the store and pick it
Michelle,
up
when you
because
go
they
to
asked them
McDonald's,
that. They said, well, if it
and this
says
is-
that you have to go through the drive-thru, you gotta go through the drive-thru. I said, yeah, okay.
Walk through it.
But what the fact is, I don't have a car, so how would I be able to pick up the food? Because it's a drive-through. It's not a walk-through.
well, Michelle, you can, like I do, I take my phone, and there's a code on it, and I just show it to them, and I always tell them, whatever I eat there, I want it well done. This way they put a fresh one on. You have to wait a couple minutes, but you know it's not been laying around.
Right. That's an idea.
Make a cardboard car.
Yep. Because
That's
they
it.
got
I
about
don't
20
even
of them,
have a
the
bicycle.
burgers laying under a heat lamp that have probably been there for an hour or so.
Oh, I made mine.
So I always tell them,
I don't
yeah,
even
me
have
too,
a
Paul.
bicycle.
That's what I tell them. I want them well done.
You gotta wait a little bit, but it's worth it.
Sure it is. Because you know it's not been laying around.
Mm-hmm.
I like black men. I like my men well done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, a steak or something I like medium, a little pink in the middle. I just do a steak in the air fryer. Set it on 400, 3 minutes each
Okay.
side, it's done.
Craig, do you have a George Foreman grill?
Did I have what, Dave?
A George Foreman grill.
I think this week I'm gonna have.
Oh, no, actually I have an electric grill that's outside. It's covered right now, but
Yeah, you should have a barbecue.
It's like lettuce.
yeah, I do. It's electric. I have a
Yeah.
kettle.
Kale is like
The
lettuce.
kettle that's electric.
Michelle, do you have a barbecue?
I don't think she does. Do
I
you
don't
have
know
a
what
barbecue, Michelle?
I don't know what Connecticut law says regarding walker being considered a car. Well, certainly it's
So
not a
what state are
motorized
you in, Craig?
vehicle.
Are you in New York
Gianni
State, Craig?
wants to come on, or at least it
Yes.
says it's Gianni. We'll find out real quick, won't we?
Yes, I am, Dave.
Yes, Gianni, how you doing?
I live on the big fish you'll see sticking out from New York City. That's Long Island.
Yeah, I know.
And I live about
Tiger, what?
Is that
3/4 of the way out.
Yeah,
east.
right. It's going
How you
right.
doing, Gianni? Good day to you, buddy.
Not too bad.
It is
good.
Johnny.
There's Gianni. How are you? Good to see you.
Not bad.
Oh, Michelle, you got a whole ton of people. That's nice.
Nice people.
Andrew says, Dave, sometime he'd like to talk to you. Maybe tomorrow or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We can get you guys on the panel tomorrow together. So,
Well,
Yeah. Anyway, so
Andrew is in
Gianni, all I
Scotland, I
know
believe.
is that Ed is gonna be in rehab for at least a couple of weeks.
We got a little bit of corn, but that's all right because it's
And
just corn.
The
I don't
racist guy's
know.
back again, Michelle. Michelle, the racist
Yeah.
guy's back
It's
again.
been-
What?
It was okay. It was normal porn.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, if you call
So
a
what state
clown
are you
getting
in,
a blowjob
Tiger?
normal porn.
Guys, just do me a favor, ignore the porn. I've tried to get rid of this person, and that's not working. Okay?
Tiger.
Don't even
I've
mention
Tiger,
it.
what state are
Don't
you in?
even
I'm
discuss it.
DC.
Just. I'll try to
Ignore
block
it.
them as best I can, but between the side chat and this chat, I can't do everything. Okay, I'm trying to. It's like playing whack control. I can't get rid of this idiot. He comes on too fast, and then he leaves too fast, and it's making it hard for me to catch him.
Yeah, right. It's just porn. It's just,
Yeah, that was fine. That was just normal porn. Like I say, if you call. a
We're all
clown getting a
adults
blowjob.
anyway, so whoever's doing
Alright.
it, you're not. These
Who
aren't
hasn't
children
gotten a
on this
blowjob
panel,
from a
trust
clown?
me.
Come on.
Yeah, that's true.
Fuck it, dude.
Poor
Yeah,
Johnny.
Michelle said the drops ought to be coming Thursday,
Okay,
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
what's the
Yeah.
latest tracking number on that? And what's the latest tracking? I'm asking you now.
Oh,
Look it
God,
up real
no,
quick,
he
because
said
you
it'll be there
have.
tomorrow. It'll be there tomorrow, Michelle. Doesn't matter. It'll be there
Okay.
tomorrow.
When I get off, I'll send you the tracking number and everything.
Are you gonna do
Okay.
a how-to video?
Well, you sent me
on
the
how to
tracking
apply
number, but what I need
eyedrops?
is I
Ah,
need the
great idea.
tracking. What I need is the tracking link or the utility that lets you track, because I don't have any way of entering it. I don't know.
I think you're over tracking.
Well, Michelle, it's fine. I mean, Craig said they'll be there tomorrow. Michelle, they'll be there tomorrow. You know, I mean, just take it for what it is. You know,
Well,
it
that's
doesn't
what
matter where
that's
they're
what
at,
the
you know?
Amazon
That
said with
tracking's
the
bullshit
last one. That
anyway.
just said they were supposed to be here Monday, and they didn't come
Yeah,
Monday.
well, things change, you know. I mean,
Yeah, well, I explained all
Oh,
that
I
to you
know
yesterday.
that.
yeah. Michelle,
I explained it.
You know? You just got to be patient, Michelle. It's free. You're not paying for them. It's not like it's something you necessarily need.
Oh,
Look at
yes, they are. Michelle needs those
Well, Michelle,
eye
again, why do you spend money on your hair opposed to getting your eye drops?
Oh,
If it's a
excuse
necessity,
me.
you know?
How about the
Yeah.
amount of money some people spend on cable TV? Okay,
No, what I'm
and
saying,
no one even
Michelle,
bitches about that.
if this is a necessary thing, you think you would put your eye drops before your hair. If this is something you truly need and is very detrimental to you, you figure your eyesight would be more important than your hair.
Michelle, hold on a minute now. Let me get involved in this. Once and
All right,
for
Lumi.
all.
Lumi,
Everybody shut the fuck
Oh.
up.
bringing out
My
the
turn.
Lumi.
Michelle has been using the money that she gets from you guys to properly maintain her health. Donations
Well,
dried up
Clearly, if
means
she's not
no
buying her
money
eye drops, Lumi,
at all.
Lumi,
And I am so
Lumi.
sick of hearing of you people calling Michelle an e-bugger. Knock it off.
No one called you an e-bagger, Michelle.
End
What
the
I'm saying is-
discussion. Goodbye.
Michelle,
Thank you.
Lumi, what I'm saying is, if you needed your eye drops, you would get them over your hair. You would
If
get your
Michelle
hair.
wants to spend money on her hair, or somebody wants to spend money on their beer, what the fuck is it you to judge that person?
If your eye drops were more important, you would spend them on the eye drops instead of your hair, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you get your hair done more than my hair.
Yeah, you're not even supposed to get your hair done like that every month, Michelle. You're going to fry your hair. You're supposed to get it done like every 2 months, every 3 months. That's the point. You save those money and get your eye drops.
Michelle used to get a donation, memberships. She still has them. The problem is memberships haven't had any new memberships. I know Rusty. Rusty the cat came in because he already got mad. The thing is, Michelle has been trying to raise money legitimately by selling merchandise. No one's buying because the economy sucks. And that's no lie. The economy does suck.
The merchandise,
Okay.
Michelle, I told you to make a towel.
Ooh.
I told you to make a towel, Michelle, and you'd be selling like a ton of merchandise. I give you all these ideas for merchandise, but you don't do them.
I think you should use some of your own merchandise, Michelle. Like
told you how to
advertise it. You don't. It looks like you don't have faith in it, since you don't have a mug. You don't have any of your merchandise, so we don't.
I
see
have
it.
a
We don't think of it.
T-shirt.
All right, you don't wear
I
any
don't
of
see
your
it.
t-shirts. You don't wear you don't use your mugs. Like you don't promote yourself. Yeah, you need a towel, Michelle. I'm telling you. Put a
How can
towel with
Michelle
it.
buy her mugs when she doesn't have enough money coming in for her to buy the mugs? They're not free. You know, you guys gotta remember that.
Yeah, but if you don't want to
She's not
spend
gonna be
money
paid
on
until
mugs, why
June
would I?
22nd.
Well, but
Gotta have faith in your own product.
Michelle's not gonna get paid until June 22nd. Cut her some slack, guys. She
All
didn't
right.
get paid in May.
All right.
She did not get paid at all in May.
Calm down. You're getting worked up over this, Michelle. Calm down. The point being was, if the eye drops were detrimental to your health, you would pick those over some of your other expenses. But that's what I was saying. That's all. It's not like something you need. It's not something that you can live without. That's all. I'm not trying to harp on you. Saying they'll get there. You got to be patient. Gotta be patient. That's all.
Michelle, when you do get your eye drops, Gianni had a great idea. Can you do a video on how to apply them?
It's pretty simple. In fact, the actual company itself has a video that shows how to apply them.
Oh,
Yeah, but I'm not subscribed to another company. I want to watch on your channel.
yeah.
See how you do.
You're supposed to put them in twice a day in each eye, at least twice a day.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to film twice a day. Just show us how to do it once.
Yeah, it's part of your life.
Demonstration.
Yeah. It's different content.
But I'd like to know. Here's what I'd like to know. Okay, listen,
Alright.
guys. I'm asking a valid question. Who the fuck is the one that calls Michelle an e-bagger? I would like to know. Michelle does not e-bag. Michelle doesn't
Rory,
give
did
money
you
for
start your
Ed for
period
beer.
today?
People
Jesus
thought
Christ.
Michelle was giving money. Michelle was getting money for Ed for beer. Michelle doesn't pay for Ed's beer either. I still would like to know where that came from.
I don't know.
It is what it is. You got your Nightbot coming up for 30 times a stream asking for donations. You yourself ask for donations, Michelle. I mean, come on. Just gotta let it happen naturally. You don't have to remind people that members thing is still open.
What are you doing?
30 different things for your
Oh, don't
page
worry about
it. Let it come naturally.
Yeah, so yes, Dave. There's somebody fake. There's a fake you running around still on the panel, showing negative, nasty adult
Have a good
porn,
day.
child porn, and other kinds of crap.
Yeah,
So
and by the way, Dave, there's a fake Tiger Kitty. There's a fake.
There's like a
There's a
fake
fake
everybody.
everybody.
Everyone here has been impersonated.
Right, so you know you've made it once you get a fake made out of you.
Yeah, I've had like
Yeah.
30.
Like,
fake
because
accounts.
Gianni's never had a fake Gianni, so.
yeah, I think
I'm
you're right.
looking.
I think it's noodles.
Not yet. Not yet, at least. Hold on, wait. Everyone's got little drop. What can we do with this?
I mean, Michelle has, like I said, Michelle's trying to come up with new products.
Well, Michelle, again, where's the towel with your face on it? I've got 5 of them sold for you. They're not up there. I've literally got 5 of them
She
sold.
doesn't want to have people wiping their ass with her face.
No, I don't know what to tell you.
But I think
Don't wanna
just
sell
do it, Michelle. I mean, who cares? You're not watching them wipe their
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah, make that towel, Michelle. I've got 5 of them sold. I don't know
Yeah.
how hard that is. Put your face on a towel.
I mean, for example, like, okay, Lisa Havens is on a website and she's charging subscriptions of $80 a year. Now, I don't charge the subscription of $80 a year. I mean,
She's probably showing us her pussy and stuff, Michelle.
I mean, Michelle, your subscription at $5-6 a month is pretty much $80 a year,
Yeah.
Okay.
which is fine.
12 is 80.
Right, I agree. It's
Our
close to. Well, actually, no. It's Let's just say $6 a month, Michelle, times 12 months.
It's 72,
72.
bucks. Oh.
Yeah.
and that's fine. No one's illing on you, but Don't
And she's
criticize
on a
other.
platform that doesn't even have any major viewers either. She's on this little fringe platform.
Don't worry about it.
Which is something
Yeah,
related
well,
to that I'm saying is that people really do hope Elon Musk would buy YouTube because maybe he could seriously
not
clean up
interested
this
in you,
place.
Michelle. He's not interested in YouTube.
I don't think
Especially
he can
since
afford the
YouTube is
valuation.
part of
I
Google.
think I don't think
They
he can.
don't need to
I
make
don't think
more
he can
money.
afford
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
I don't.
Yeah, right.
Because honestly, I think YouTube is gonna be worth a lot more money than he can afford. $44 billion for Twitter, with the stipulation that less than 5% of the accounts are robots and fake scammers. And turns out that there's more than that. And so now he basically wants to renege on the deal. But what Elon Musk didn't consider is what about the prices of plants and equipment and employees, and that stuff has to be added in the price. I don't know how users necessarily come into the price, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird, but it's like, for example, if say it was Verizon was to buy Frontier telephone service, which assuming that FCC would allow that, but okay, just use this as an example. Then they say, well, how many customers are robocallers? How many of them are real callers? How many of them are real subscribers? And then you go in, and you're going, well, what does it matter as long as they're paying the bills, right? Doesn't that count? And it's like, yeah, it does. But the problem is they don't want to get stuck with a load of debt from deadbeat subscribers that never paid their phone bills either. So I think it's a little more complicated than just simply saying, okay, for sale, one YouTube, okay, for sale price $220 billion. That'd be nice, but that probably might be what it might be worth in valuation. Might be about $220 billion. Elon doesn't have $220 billion in his back pocket. I don't know how you would finance it.
You'd get investors. Like anybody that buys anything big like that, it's not like they pay out of their bank account.
Right. Right, they might buy a certain amount of shares to a point where they get enough shares of common stock to have controlling interest.
Yep.
So, right now, I'm going to be honest when I say this. If you're going to invest in the stock market right now, you need to really be careful. I don't gonna lie about this. The people said to me, "Why don't you go into day trading?" Oh, one, it's stock market right now so volatile that day trading would be like sticking a stiletto between your ribs in slow motion.
I don't think you have enough money for a day trader account, Michelle. You need at least 7.
I may have enough to get started, but the truth is, it wouldn't.
A rocky time for stocks. I probably wouldn't invest. You know, I'm just holding on to what I have. I'm not gonna. Just gonna see what happens. But right now, would probably be pretty rocky time, I would say, to getting in the stock market. But I mean, I'm sure you could get in on some pretty good low stocks, and maybe watch them go up. But
well, right now, like I said, given the fact that there's a lot of concern on, especially the energy stocks, are really a lot of concern that, in addition to the futures commodities market, such as the grain and the wheats, you're not going to get a lot of people really jumping on those guys right now. And of course, with the infrastructure mess up as bad as it is, a lot of technology stocks are kind of seriously kind of in a waning stage right now too. It's not the time to play the stock market because it's definitely a bearish market right now.
Gianni, you have some very unoiled letterboxes, post boxes.
Yeah, I think he might need to go around
Sorry
a
about
little
that.
can of lubricant and oil the hinges.
Yeah, you need a little can of oil to go around when you're doing your letter dropping.
Oh, for the mailboxes?
Yeah, he's working. He's dropping his
Yeah,
mail
yeah,
off.
yeah. Mine's just loud. It doesn't have that squeak. It just has that loud clunk when you put it down. Oh, I know the mail's here.
Oh, I'm gonna go and actually oil mine now.
Gianni, do a lot of people still have mail slots? You know, like the old-fashioned mail slots that lead into their house?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I used to have one.
A lot of people around here, especially,
Mm-hmm.
it's like New England, so houses are over 100 years old.
Yeah, I used to have one. It would lead into a closet. Like my mail slot would be inside of one of my closets.
Oh, in England, all of our mail goes through the door.
Uh-huh.
We don't have mailboxes.
Oh, wow.
You have to walk up the path or up the driveway to deliver mail.
I don't know. I think it would have been interesting if I had a door with a mail slot, but there are obviously going to be some things that ain't going to fit through the mail slot.
Yeah.
Well, now if somebody buys or makes a new house, they can't have a mail slot.
Really?
It's stupid, but the postmaster actually has discretion of telling them what kind of mailbox they need to have.
That's a good idea. You want some disgruntled neighbor, you know, just sticking their hose through your slot in the middle of the night and just turning it on, you know, when you waking up to a pool.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're more concerned about trying to make it so it can be done as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like walking up, some driveways are really long, aren't they?
And of course, I think they want to put all the mailboxes as close to the main road as possible, especially for complexes. So you have a centralized mail repository to drop mail off at. Instead of going to individual apartments, you just go to the complex center office and drop mail off there.
Yeah, like Gianni is a proper mailman. He does all his on foot.
Yep.
No, he doesn't. Do you have a little van?
No. I just walk right out of the post office, and that's it.
He hasn't even got a little van.
Do you have to sort your own mail, or do they sort it for you?
Like 90% of it is sorted by a machine.
Yeah, you just like organize it yourself, like how you want your bag and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to organize it in buckets. And somebody else takes the bucket and like plops them off at different streets in like a can.
Okay.
Really?
Is it locked?
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, what it means is that he has drop points that he picks up bundles from.
Wow.
Yep, exactly. They call it a relay can.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And yeah, it has the. I don't know if you ever seen like the standard post office key. They call it an arrow key.
Wow, they're really getting the most out of you they can, aren't they? So he doesn't have to go back and reload.
Are those the brown? Are those the brown post office boxes that don't have a mail slot in it that says U.S. mail?
Yes, that's exactly, Michelle. They're either brown or they're green.
Okay.
And you probably see, I don't know, there might be parts of Winsted that used to be walking routes, like before they had trucks.
Because I've seen a few of those in like Norwich, and some other cities.
Yeah.
Like Boston, I think all of the routes are like that.
Yeah, we go to letter carrier. I know my letter carrier, my letter guy, and my letter lady.
Oh, I don't, but I do know my.
I think the postman or postal worker is probably one of the few federal employees that most Americans actually deal with on a regular basis, and I think that you guys do get a lot of respect from Americans, and of course, postal workers from other countries as well get a lot of respect too, because
they get tipped at Christmas. You got to tip your mailman at Christmas.
Oh yeah.
I bet Gianni ends up with loads of shit at Christmas.
Not on this route. I did my previous one, which it's sad, but like the previous route I did was a lot of lower income, and people were very generous, and they had nothing.
Wow.
But this is all $1 million houses, and people they buy a house to stay here 2 weeks out of the year.
Oh yeah.
And whatever, I don't want tips. Just leave me the fuck alone. Don't ask me anything stupid. But yeah, some carriers get like 5,000 a year in tips. Easy.
Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
I think I got $100 of Dunkin' Donut gift cards. Couple of
Let's
Cumberland
love
gotta
Farms
stay
Dunkin'
gift
right,
Donuts.
cards.
Delaney.
Not really. It's okay. It's
You
not
know what
bad.
you could do? You could
Yes,
sell them though.
yes,
Just
Krista. A
discount 'em.
litter box is the same thing as a mailbox.
I think he's regifted.
Well,
Oh,
last year I think I sent Michelle some
yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts gift cards.
Well,
Cumberland
she's on a
Farms
diet
gift
now,
cards.
so no more of those Dunkin' Donut gift cards, please.
There is a
Johnny,
fake
Well,
Michelle.
she can get coffee.
Gianni, do you ever get to claim? Do you
Yeah,
ever get a
Ranch
chance
has
to
a
write
video of
the mail?
mocking you and calling you. Oh.
What was that, Paul?
Stan, would you do me a favor and one, send me a link on Discord. 2, please report it, and we'll find a reason to report it. I don't know. Just
What's wrong?
Stan said that Yam
it
Ranch
says
has
Yam
a
Ranch
video.
has a video up mocking you and calling you an e-bagger and everybody, but everybody here, including yourself, thinks Yam Ranch is a great. I don't think
It's just another video. Like, who cares? It's literally just another. Michelle, you've got tons of videos out
It's
there.
just
Like,
a
what's the
music
point?
video.
What's the point of reporting
makes
it when
music.
another channel's made? There's literally like
Yeah.
20 other channels out there. Like, who cares? Like, at this point,
Michelle, if another channel is talking about you, that only
That's
benefits.
great.
just
That's great
publicity.
news.
Yeah.
That's promoting you.
Yeah.
free
It's
promotion.
nothing new. I mean, like, there's fucking tons of those videos out there. I mean, who cares?
John
video call me and
Heyman
feedback.
says,
Oh, white Stan
do you think Elon can afford milk for babies in Africa? I'm sure that the charities are trying to get the food and milk for babies in all the countries right now that are being affected.
Do you guys get unclaimed mail, Gianni? Like, if the mail and packages go unclaimed or something, do you guys get like the opportunity to have at it?
No.
What happens?
They just end up sending it back to whoever sent it.
Oh, okay. I noticed that would happen sometimes in the post office.
Yeah, but what about if the address is rubbed off?
Actually,
Same thing.
Scottish
They
Dave,
just send it
they
back.
some states still do actually issue a check. But you're right, most of them now it's electronic funds transfer. When I got DSS money, it came direct deposit. Okay. And my food stamps come through a plastic card called the EBT Snap card.
Well, Dad, if you guys want to scam the post office, Gianni might not agree with this one, but if you guys want to, you don't got any stamps, you don't want to pay for stamps, all you
Okay,
have
Stan,
to do
that's
is just
fine.
make the return
I don't
address,
think Stan, I'll be honest when I say this. I don't think you
and then
can
just
do
make up a
much
fake
about
address,
it.
and then they'll just send it free.
Wow.
I don't think
cool.
Stan,
What
there's
a
much you
great
could do
idea.
about it anyway. But
I've
let
always
me
wondered if
ask
that
you
It does.
to can you please find out why Ed is saying to people that I put a hex on him? I don't understand his logic there. Why he would think I'm putting a hex on him.
Lumi's the demon. So Lumi probably put the hex on Ed, not Michelle, guys. It was Lumi. Lumi's the demon.
I'm
so
not a
she's the one
demon
who
at
put the hex.
all. For God's
She's the one who
sakes,
put the
I
hex
don't know.
on Ed. Not Michelle, guys. Come on. Michelle would not do that. That was all Lumi. Lumi, you're very mean today. You're spitfire today.
Excuse
Michelle.
me, I'm not
You're
an
getting mean right
angel.
now. Lumi, you're
Excuse
getting
me,
mean.
I have put hexes on people, however, that hasn't been recently. Because of the rule of Freddy, there's reasons why you don't want to put hexes on people, which is simple. You do one thing, you do something to them 3 times, it'll become back to you. So, which means if, for example, you make a person fall down the stairs, you might fall down the stairs and break a hip. Okay, there's a reason we don't do that. Okay?
Right, you've already killed Soup Kitchen Pete.
And
the
Jinx
black
is
eye.
nothing compared to a hex. A Jinx is just is kind of like a joke. But a hex is much more serious. And you certainly don't do curses. I won't do curses.
Michelle, you put black ice on steps and killed him. It's not very unplausible that you might have put a curse on, on Ed towards the end there. You were getting kind of mean and short with Ed. So, it's not quite unthinkable that you might have done some witchcraft, Michelle. You play with those tarot cards. I mean, you practice voodoo. I mean, it's not really unheard of.
That's an
Michelle,
interesting
you know
to say.
why
It's an
Ed
interesting
is
way of
saying-
saying it wasn't a toilet taking care of business.
Michelle, you know why Ed's saying that, right? Because it's easier to blame other people
Right.
than for him to say,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lazy piece of shit.
He just neglected himself, Michelle. That's
That's
all
all
it
he
was.
does. So
Ed
don't
hexed
take it
himself.
personally, honestly.
Ed hexed himself, Michelle.
Yeah.
He put a hex on himself.
Yeah, he did because of his, his deferred
It's fucking
maintenance.
lazy.
He basically, he should have been going to the doctors last year, and he decided to defer maintenance.
Yeah, well, he's getting some help now, which is good.
It's not your fault, Michelle. None of it's your fault. You know that. You did a good thing for him. He's just ungrateful.
If it wasn't for you, he would have been dead 2 years ago.
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it'd still be fucking blowing dudes in Florida, Michelle, if it weren't for you. I mean, living with, 5-6 guys in one room, and
Oh my God.
you gave him a better situation. Help that out, You didn't do anything.
That room must have smelled great.
Yeah. Probably smelled like a goddamn room lot. What's that locker room? Fucking bar bathroom or something. Barman's bathroom. Oh my God! You think the men's bathrooms at the bars are fucked? You guys, man, the women's ones are just as bad, if not worse.
They're worse.
Oh my
They're
God!
not.
Oh my God!
They are worse.
Use hand like you gals.
Ew.
Yeah. Who'd have thunk it, right? I'm thinking, these ladies are nice and proper. Probably smells all good in there. No, it looks like a goddamn biker place out in there. Fucking blood and piss everywhere. No.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of bars you're going to.
Fucking apparently. Well, they don't have the attendants in them. I'll tell you that. Splashing with cologne. And would you like a towel, sir? Hot or cold? Michelle, what do you got up for the day? It's Wednesday. You doing a night show tonight?
Yeah, we're doing a night show tonight. World of Warcraft.
Okay. Warcraft.
And I'll be on Discord or Twitch only. So.
Oh shit! Getting wild. Yeah, you got good weather there today.
Looks
Good
nice.
weather in Connecticut.
Looks nice. Look out the window. On her window.
Oh yeah, that's true. What am I? I'm fucking high, right? I keep forgetting. Yeah, it's nice. Look at that view. Look at that view, Michelle.
Yeah,
Good
with the street view, my street there.
Gianni, do you call off when it's raining?
Do I what?
You call off when it's raining? Like if I figure if I were a mailman and it were raining, I'd be like, I'm just gonna call in today.
I've actually never called out because of weather.
Oh, that's good.
Do they
I think I
expect you
called
to
out
deliver?
once or twice to be sick.
Do
Well,
they
he took
expect you to deliver in the rain?
Oath.
Of course.
Sleet, rain, snow, the
They
mail.
send us out in blizzards.
Really?
I mean, there's got to be a certain point though where they're like, okay, it's too bad. You
See, I don't get mail if it's
Too
like
bad.
I've
quite
never seen it.
snowy. We
Really?
don't get no mail. No.
I mean, really, Gianni, they've never called it off. Because I know over here.
As far as I know, they've never called it off, at least in this town.
Well, I was gonna say, I know a few mail days over here. They're like, yeah, you know, definitely, you don't see anybody outside, including the mailman.
Well, that's probably because people called out and they just didn't have enough people to deliver. That happens.
So, if it's raining, do you ever sometimes ask if you can borrow a truck? If you, I mean, I know you said that there's another guy that comes with bigger packages behind you for that.
I still got to get.
Still got to walk.
Got to go on people's porches.
But do you get
Plus, if I asked for a truck, they would give me more work.
Johnny's a man. He don't care. Yeah. Well, rain won't hurt you. He's a sweet guy, but he ain't gonna melt. You know? I don't mind the rain. You know, I mean, it sucks if you have to be out in it for hours on end. But what can you do? I mean.
But I bet the post office has supplied you with a very nice coat and hat.
No. They give us an allowance.
They give you clothes money. Well, that's pretty good.
Yes. However, the stuff is garbage.
All right. So so which means that you could buy yourself a proper jacket.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wait for them to supply anything. They won't. And all the stuff you can buy with your stipend, I mean, it's all overpriced because they know the federal government's going to pay for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, so the point is like the other guy that delivers the actual bulky boxes and stuff, he comes after you or before you. At least he does your same route, but he gives out the boxes and stuff.
Correct, and he's in charge of like 3 different routes. He has to do that for.
Michelle, what would your dream job be, Michelle? If you could do any job, if you could do any job you wanted to, Michelle, what would your dream job be?
Any job that I wanted to do, given what? Is there any certain stipulations? Like,
no, I mean,
if you had good eyesight, good hearing.
No stipulations. If you could do anything you wanted to do, yeah, what would you want to do? No stipulations, Michelle.
I actually probably would really like to drive a tractor-trailer truck. Honestly. At least I'd be driving a real truck with a real honest-to-God steering wheel and probably be able to seriously make a nice little tidy sum of money. But given right now, I don't know if the real
something you wanted
truckers
to
are
do
doing
as a
too
kid,
good.
I mean? Is that like when you were growing up, you thought to yourself, I'd love to drive a truck?
Well, originally I wanted to train to become an electrician, which...
Okay.
Well, you're still going to drive a truck to be an electrician, right? So...
Not necessarily.
Well,
I mean,
you probably do, because you're going to have at least you're going to have an installer's truck. You're going to have a truck to carry their supplies.
Right, but
I mean, not a tractor-trailer truck, but maybe a box truck.
Like a van. Yeah.
Like a bread truck.
Right.
So I would probably say then your dream job would more than likely be an electrician opposed to a truck driver, because that's something you've kind of had a passion for more than just playing this video game and suddenly wanting to drive a truck. So probably
I've been interested in the tractor-trailer truck drivers long before video games. Trust me.
Okay.
I've been watching them. I've been watching them drive
years.
around town. I saw the movie Convoy. I saw Ice Road Truckers. I was watching them. They would be driving by my house. Asking myself, what's it like to actually be in a cab trying to deliver stuff across the from coast to coast, and it somewhat interests me because it's like there's a lot of things I don't know about tractor-trailer truck drivers, but there's just stuff that I just kind of want to know. American Truck Simulator does give me some insight.
Johnny.
Yes.
What would you do if you were coming up to deliver some mail and you saw a big ass Rottweiler in the garden?
I mean, I would just walk back.
Well, actually, the other job I wanted to
Do they
do
give you
was
pepper
actually
spray?
being a
Yeah,
radio
actually, they do give us
personality or a
pepper spray,
DJ. That
but
was because remember,
there is a
this is another
psychology
job
of
people
dogs.
didn't actually know of, but this is kind of close as I could do to what I wanted to do as a kid. I wanted to be a DJ, a radio personality, someone like kind of like an Oprah Winfrey
Full
kind of
Harvey.
personality, somebody who is not like Howard Stern, but someone who is more likely, like maybe like more like Oprah Winfrey or Phil Donahue, where you can basically talk to the guest. Merv Griffin comes to mind. Yeah,
Dr. Laura
maybe
Schlesinger.
Dana Shore. The thing is that I was interested in that too, and doing it on radio. And I, of course, not too many people want radio personalities like that anymore. Now it's all video, so yeah. So this is the next closest thing to what I would have done. Yeah.
So I got a question for Gianni, Michelle. Gianni, have you ever been greeted by one of your I don't want to say customers, but like one of the people there, maybe a woman in some questionable lingerie, or maybe even nothing at all? Have you ever been greeted? Like if I delivered the Tiger Kitty, I imagine like she'd have on some lingerie or something when I would like go to say hello to her, and maybe try and help me in. But I gotta get to my route. I can't later.
That's never happened typically, but I have gone out with some customers. And
oh yeah, okay.
I have fucked with some customers. So.
Right on, no, right on. For sure. What's up, man?
That's why I have this route now.
Oh.
Nice.
He's been moved.
Okay.
No, that was
Yeah,
by
Steve,
my own.
the store is called Morsel
Right. You
Monk.
don't sit where you eat. You got to move on. Right, exactly.
Morsel Monk is kind of an interesting name. Basically, what Morsel Monk is an outdoor. It's an outdoor sporting goods store. Okay. I know that's a strange name for Morsel Monk, but that's what they call it. That's the actual name on their tax paperwork. So it's not Model Monk, it's Morsel Monk. I have no idea. That's a good question. I don't know.
I think I banged like 3-4 customers.
I mean, they still have their lights. I mean, they still have their outdoor lights on and stuff. If you want to check out Morsel Monk, just go to www.morselmonk.com. Or if not sure, just go to Google and search for Morsel Monk in Winston.
Morsel Monk. Yeah, I worked for a cable company for about 3 weeks. I'm not gonna say which cable company. We'll just call it DTV. Okay, that might be a little too. We'll just call it Direct T. So I used to work for Direct T for about 3 weeks, and I went on a job with my buddy one time. And this lady was like wanting to fuck me and my buddy, and then like he was wanting to do it, but I was like thinking it was kind of a trap, like because it was like I'm pretty new here on the job. They just want to see what I'm doing. So I kind of thought it was like a test, so I didn't go for it. But, like
No,
it happens all the time.
That happened like when I first started this job.
I'm telling you.
And I was on a random route, and I'm like, is this guy talking with me? And that time I didn't, because I was new at the job.
Right.
But I've never done that on work time.
Right, yeah.
Made plans.
Right.
But actual sealed the deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Not while working, which is perfectly legal.
Right, but I bet you made some plans and then got your route down fast as hell on them times that you did make those plans. Got done a little bit quicker than usual.
No.
Let me get this done. Yeah. Let me get this done and over with. Let me get my money paid. He just threw the fucking mail on the porch here.
Oh, look at Hobo. He slept with a customer when he worked at a gas station.
Oh, nice,
Yeah, where?
Yeah, where?
In the fucking cooler, the 40s.
No, he means he doesn't mean in the gas station.
I don't know. You don't put that past
You
Hobo.
might.
I would not put that past Hobo because he would lock the front door and take that bitch in the bathroom and fuck her. I'm telling you.
Let's
I
see.
know
I
Hobo.
see. I
I
got
mean,
message.
I worked at a gravel company, like
All
a
right.
cement
Let's
company,
see. Who is this
No.
from? Stan. Okay.
and this is back in the day when they had like AOL,
Oh yeah.
and I'd talk to a woman like on AOL and then convince them to come there at midnight in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Nice.
I'm like, I don't know, you gotta be fucked up if you're willing to do that. So I used to do a lot of stuff at that place.
Hobo said he filled her up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Gave her that premium,
Unleaded.
baby.
And said, could you bring some food while you come here?
I bet he did. Yes.
Right now, just take a look at the comments here on Discord. I don't see anything that needs my immediate attention.
Oh, where's the strangest place you've had sex?
Who?
In the butt?
Who?
I
What?
never-
What?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Michelle. I asked Michelle.
Oh.
Well, I can ask you too, Tiger.
Oh, I don't think anywhere's strange. I think everything's up for grabs.
Like in public? Have you ever like done anything in public before?
Well, I don't have sex, so I wouldn't really think about.
Well, you have before, Michelle. I mean, you dated Robert. You and Robert had sex, didn't you? Maybe so.
Oh, very shy.
Okay. Lumi, did Michelle bang Robert, Lumi? What?
Yeah.
Lumi will tell.
But those situations were pretty much not like spontaneous.
Okay. Pre-planned them
I
out.
thought it just made sense, really.
God, that dog
Anyway, guys,
Oh, tell Yara to shut up. Yara!
it's 1:02 in the afternoon.
Thought that was Yara.
It's 1:02 in the afternoon, so I gotta get ready to wrap it up. But when I think
Okay, I'm going in. I'm going to get some tea. See you later, Michelle. Bye, everyone. Going. Bye.
Okay,
Bye.
so I'll talk to you guys later. All of you, Johnny, hope you have a nice day today. Paul, I'll see you tonight around 7-ish for the game.
You got it, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
Bye.
You take care. Another great show.
Okay, you take care too, okay?
All right. Adios, Michelle.
Yep, bye-bye.
Take it easy, Wolf.
All right, guys.
Okay, so, yeah, I, didn't plan to stay on this late. Oh, well. So before I go, let's take a quick look at the messages here. Stupid. Alright. Alright, guys, so today the weather is going to be mild. I'm actually, like I was going to say is because we're almost out of instant coffee, I'm going to do is I'm going to have to brew up a pot of regular coffee for a few days, which is normally not a big deal, but I don't like to drink my coffee when it's smoking hot either, especially in the summer. So I'm going to have to find a way to maybe brew the coffee a day before so I have it ready so I can have cold coffee in the morning. I got yeah, that's interesting. So that's the plans with that. And so for now, I'm gonna let you go. Yeah, I know. But like normally I would drink tea because tea's easy. You know, but the water has to be hot for tea because cold water sucks for tea. I'm not kidding you. If you're gonna drink tea, trying to mix tea with cold water is like very hard to get to steep. So for tea, you need to have it warm. What are you gonna eat breakfast yet today? I didn't eat breakfast yet today. I got a plate, so unfortunately, I have to eat something. Yeah, I know I could do that. Like I said. But I really wouldn't throw too many ice cubes in my coffee. All I just do is perk it and then just take it off the stove and just let it cool down. So like if I wanted to make it in the morning, if I really wanted to have it in the morning, when I first got up, start the pot, and then when it's like done brewing, just take it off the fire and then just let it cool. So by 10 o'clock, the coffee would be cool enough to drink without burning your throat. I put milk in my coffee. I don't use creamer. I use milk. And now I got ice because I bought ice trays. So I could have ice. Because there was one thing I couldn't find my ice tray. I could find a container that Carrie sent me. But I didn't have ice trays. So that's what I did. It says, Pot says, Michelle, that boy classroom and was in there for 30 minutes killing them. Yeah, okay. That's still okay. That was a little different than Adam Lanza. Adam Lanza just went into the different classrooms and just started shooting kids. It's still not appropriate behavior. And the problem is even in countries where they outlawed guns, like UK, guess what? Then you get knife attacks. So what are you gonna do? Outlaw kitchen knives? These people, it's not gonna be. I think we need to. I mean, they've become so desensitized to violence, they don't care anymore. Or maybe in some cases, people are so upset or so angry about whatever's happening. I don't think it's appropriate at all, but, just the problem is so complicated because you take away one weapon, they're going to come up with another one. Yeah. I mean, okay, let's just play the what if game. Let's say you basically go ahead and ban guns. All of a sudden, someone makes a homemade cattle prod, they plug into the main socket, and then they just simply poke you and you electrocute your victims. Now you're gonna ban cattle prods now? You're gonna ban mains powered tasers and stun guns and like they do in Canada. Guys, I'm saying is that if the people are going to do it, they're going to do it, and they're going to find ways to do it. It's harder to explain that to some people. Okay. What we got to do is we got to get to the cusp of the problem, which is not the weapon, but it's the person. Why is the person doing this? That's where we have to start. Why is the person doing this? Not so much what the weapon of choice is. The weapon of choice is not the fault here. It's the person that's holding that weapon of choice is where we have to look at it. Yeah, the same thing happened with Adam Lanza too. His mother wanted to keep him safe because she knew that her son had autism spectrum disorder, but was also mentally disturbed, and yet he took her down first before he went out to Sandy Hook. And as I said, that was the day my cat died. Fluffy was Fame's girlfriend, cat. And I'm doing okay. But all this carnage just kind of makes me sad. Because when Sandy Hook happened, my cat died the same day. Did you know that Fluffy never got a chance to see the coronation? I forgot all about that. She never had a chance to see the coronation. She already had died. She was Fame's girlfriend. Fame is the other cat, the white and brown cat. When she died, he was never quite the same either. Well, anyway, I don't know why this stuff happens, but I got a feeling this video has been demonetized again. And I'll fight for it to be monetized because there really is no reason why it should be. I want to try to explain something that Lumi explained it, but I think some people may have been talking over Lumi when she was trying to explain it. You want to try it again, Loom? Okay. So let's start with the first thing. Michelle pays $60 to get her hair done once a month. Now, that's not a lot of money, but it's like the only recreational activity she does. Oh yeah, plays World of Warcraft, which I may not be able to afford to keep doing because of the way costs are going up. Yeah. So you figure what's that? $75 a month between those two. People make Michelle sound like she was giving money to Ed for beer. Michelle never gave money to Ed for beer. Some people think Michelle is just a greedy person that doesn't care about the audience. I can assure you Michelle cares about everyone. And she understands that right now people are struggling, so she's trying to be, bearing with them in this tough economy. The last thing to address is the fact is that Michelle does not go to McDonald's on a regular basis anymore. Because Michelle can't afford to do it. Because things got too expensive at McDonald's. Michelle cannot afford to go to Aspen Dental, for example, to fix her teeth because they do accept insurance and they also accept cash. And the problem is Michelle doesn't even got the $128 just for cleaning. Okay? Or because the donations have dried up. And so Michelle's trying to make do with what she has. And hearing people like Yam Ranch put a video out that says Michelle is a greedy person and doesn't care about anyone, just as a major slap in the face. So please don't judge Michelle because she wants to spend once a month like $60 to do her hair. I mean, there are people who spend sometimes as much as $60 a week doing their hair. And that's something to keep in mind. As Michelle has been living within her means and only can do what she can afford. That's just all I'm asking you to keep in mind. The point is, if you needed the eye drops that badly, you would have bought those. Michelle had to buy other things too, besides eye drops. Because the donations don't always come consistently. She was buying boxes of eye drops when she could. For what my eyes were doing better, and then I didn't buy any. Then she didn't buy any because she thought her eyes were fine. Because the cataracts were under control. Which is a common situation for a lot of people. And don't forget, Michelle also paid for 4 months for Paul and Skynet to play World of Warcraft. That was two 2-month memberships for a month, for 2 months, for 4 months. So that's like $30 for 2 months, and then another $30 for another 2 months. That's $60. She did this out of the goodness of her own heart. No one asked her to. She did it out of the goodness of her own heart. Because she knew that deep down they wanted to play, but they didn't really have the money to spend. So she paid for that so that people could play the game. Well, Michelle can't afford to buy that either, so. Michelle's not blaming you for that, guys. She's just pointing out that she did give you guys both 4 months of World of Warcraft each out of her own pocket. I just hope they come because I need them. Yeah, we're waiting. We understand. Oh, speaking of violins, Michelle did want to buy her violin. She ended up putting that on hold for now. Next month I gotta buy coaxial cable again. Oh God. Yeah, No. That's not what Michelle said. You're missing the point here. What I'm saying is you're missing the point. Michelle didn't say that she wants to play alone again. She's saying is, I voluntarily put money in so that others can join me in the game because I don't want to play alone, is what she said. You're saying, oh, you want to play alone again, that's fine. That's not what Michelle said. And that's not why Michelle did it. Oh, God. No. $15 a month for 2 months is $30. Okay. Each person. That's $60. Oh, that's $30. No, $60. That's $60 for 2 months, and then the other 2 months after that, it's another $60. That's $120. So what I'm trying to say is that you're saying Michelle spends $80 or $60 on her hair is too much money. I don't think people understand that Michelle is a very charismatic person, and she does believe in sharing her good fortune. I think that's the part you're missing. I don't know. No, I don't. I think I don't really know what to say about the Great Reset. Clearly, it's not working. It's not working. No, the Great Reset's not working. No, but right now there is going to be a Great Reset. All right, it's called starvation. Yeah, because of the shortage of grain supply that's going to be lapped. We're going to be out of grain in 10 weeks. It was either pay for 2 months or it was a pay for 6 months gift. Michelle couldn't afford to pay for 6, so she bought the 2 month package for twice when they both lapsed. Okay, the point is Michelle was nice enough to buy those as a gift. And I know you guys appreciated that. And what about Guild Wars 2 or Lotro? Now and Davos are promoting things for Davos is a giant secret meeting. They don't publicly discuss nothing. They don't. That's the thing with Davos and the Bilderbergs and the Council of Rome and all these other groups. They're not thinking about the poor income. They're focusing on them. They're well-to-do buddies that basically make money. Yeah. I'm not interested in Diablo. I tried Albion Online. I didn't really like the way the game was laid out. I tried to play the regular Lord of Dungeons and Dragons, and the game was such a monster to set up on and having to set up a game master and figure out who was going to set the rules, and I was like, oh my god, and figure out who's going to roll the die, and oh my god. I just kind of went, yeah. Yeah, these groups, these are the, also we got the Trilateral Commission, the World Economic Forum, a portion of the United Nations is involved with this too, and it's these are the guys behind the curtain that are really pulling all the strings, and Joe Biden is just a puppet head. The poo-poo head that basically doesn't know what he's doing. But that's okay, because someone else is basically pulling his string. He's just a marionette. He's just a marionette. That's all he is. He doesn't have any thinking. They don't need a thinker. They just need a talker. So he basically talks for them. And the administration is basically not at all focusing on the needs of the American people. And that's because the secret behind the scenes government doesn't want America to know who's really in charge. So, the thing that bothers me regarding all this is when you got money like these people do, like in Davos and the Bilderbergs and the Rothschilds, which are involved in all of this, and probably also Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts too, is these people don't care about the poor. They really don't. They're focused on themselves and how much money they can make for their friends. And that's the reason why a lot of people don't look at what's going on at Davos. Because the average American or average European is like, who cares? It doesn't affect me, but it does. But they don't really understand how it affects them. Glitch says, MicheleMarieDalene, you know that I work right now at Davos, and the things people talk about them is conspiracy theories. World Economic Forum just wants to help people. I'm sure they do. But like I said, I don't know much about Davos because it's so exclusive. Nobody actually gets a chance to actually talk to them. I know that Donald Trump went to Davos. I know he talked to Davos. I'm sure Joe Biden did too. But for some reason, those people that are interested in Davos can't find anything out about Davos because it's an exclusive group that doesn't want to publicly to share anything about what they talk about. That's key. So there's a lot. So the point is, all these groups, if they really seriously are not part of the problem, I would love to see how is the World Economic Forum gonna do with the fact that they only got enough wheat to last 10 weeks. That's 2.5 months. How are they gonna be able to feed the world population? I'd love to see this. We could say, people want to see, are concerned about the real world fears. Is what are we going to do if there's no food? What are we going to do if there's no, resources to feed hungry people? Look what's going on with the baby formula situation in the U.S. Now we have to import baby formula from overseas because of the Abbott Industries or Abbott Laboratories closing down. The plant in Michigan has seriously cut formula availability by a huge percentage. There's only 4 baby formula companies in the United States, and they can't make enough to fill up for the loss of Abbott Laboratories, which made a large majority of the formula. So how in the hell are you going to supply all the needs? You can't. So they're importing baby formula from overseas to meet the demand. And it's being transported by military helicopter or military cargo plane. So that says something. Yeah. That's a Nightbot, but that's not my Nightbot. But well, at least it's true. Respectful of rules. Try to be respectful. Whoever put that one up is accurate. My Nightbot doesn't. My Nightbot has a wrench, but well, we were discussing that we were prioritize insects instead of meat. Well, insects do have the protein, however, I don't think the majority of the people in America would ever be used to eating bugs. I know that that's gonna take something to really, really make insects like grasshoppers and cockroaches a staple of U.S. diet. I don't think it's gonna happen. I really don't see how. You got me saying I don't want to touch icky fresh, wet steak. I can just tell you, I certainly would not want to touch icky, fresh cockroaches, okay, or other insects. I think that that's the problem here, okay? Getting over that initial yuck factor, it's going to be what's going to make it challenging to get anyone to adapt to that kind of a diet. But I do think vegetables and fruits do need to be more a major part of the diet. I do agree with that. And I think that it's one thing that we need to do. We need to focus on that. We got to get more fresh fruits and vegetables as part of the diet. Your variant level was a little high in that. Okay, I know. Alright, so yeah, I agree with you. I think we can change something for the better. Though we need to also encourage American companies, especially because of what they call the food deserts, which includes inner cities. And yeah, even where I live is kind of a food desert. You know, we need to get the fast food. The Cumberland Farms to start stocking more fresh fruits and vegetables. We need that. We need that, but we don't see a lot of people doing that. Yes, but this is for the greater good and climate change. Okay, let's talk about climate change. I'm only going to go on this real quick here. No one's denying that there's droughts in the Western U.S. that are getting worse. However, I don't think the Earth is warming consistently. Because there are parts of the Earth that are warming, and there are parts of the Earth that are not warming. Right now where I am, it is not spring-like weather at this point. It is a little bit on the cool side for this time of year. So according to the IPCC, it said it was going to be a consistent warming trend planet-wide. And no, it's not. Let's put it this way. If the Earth was an apple, okay? I see an apple's kind of a lousy example because the Earth does have Coriolis effects and wind. Okay, let's make it simple. If the Earth was a water balloon, okay, bear with me, okay, I'll explain this. And you put the Earth in the microwave, okay, you start the microwave in this case, you let the magnetron is making radiation that is going to basically vibrate the water molecules. And your microwave has a broken turntable on it. So the magnetron is constantly facing one side of the Earth all the time. Because of the Coriolis effect, the Earth is not going to warm consistently. Okay? But now we do have a real Coriolis effect because the Earth does rotate. So if you were to try to make a perfect model of the Earth, you're going to find that in true warming trend, the Earth would eventually reach a point of homeostasis. It's not. It's got warm and cold patches of the Earth, which means that why isn't the Coriolis effect stabilizing the temperature? Because it's not. So, because if your Earth is turning to the sun, you would be seeing the Earth baked evenly, but it's not being baked evenly. North American Snow Queen. North American Snow Queen. Okay. Well, anyway, the point is, so to say that climate change is not real would be incorrect. To say that climate change is real would also be incorrect. Because the first question is it the humans anthropogenic climate change, or is it a cycle, or is it a combination of both? I think it's a combination of both, more of a natural issue than a man-made one, but no one's going to deny that farmers in the Midwest are saying is, in part, we're talking about the weather here, because the soils are dry, that they don't think they can plant the crops because they don't think that they're going to grow because there isn't enough rain and there's not enough water in aquifers to irrigate. That's a real issue. That's a real problem. It's easy to say, blame us and say we're the problem, but what if the earth itself is having a cycle? However, I'm not going to say mankind is innocent, because here's why. Pollution, water pollution, air pollution is real. The way we handle our garbage is a real problem. E-waste is a real problem. These are real issues. Now, everybody talks about CO2, but what about all the garbage you throw in landfills? What about all the things you throw in the water? All those plastic cups that created the great garbage patch in the Pacific Ocean that they're just starting to work out and trying to dredge out and clean up. What about all that stuff? That's an issue. That's a man-made issue. And it is definitely part of the environment. And we need to keep that in mind. It's not just the CO2 or the methane or the sulfur dioxide. Those are problems. But the truth is that what man is more guilty of is the one thing that you're not hearing a lot of people saying is we pollute the earth, we poison the air, we poison the water, and we poison the soil. And yet we keep saying, oh, it's just CO2 is our main issue. No. If you just think it's just CO2, you are really, really mistaken. It is a large problem that involves a lot more than just one or two gases, and that means that we need to clean the earth up. That means that we have to plant more trees, we have to make sure to properly clean the soil, clean the water, and clean the air. And the trees will help a lot, as long as the trees don't get killed because of all the toxins in the air, which means that we need water. We need clean water, we need clean soil, and then we can plant trees to clean the air, but it takes a while. And we gotta stop the Amazon cutting down of the rainforests, because that's a major part of the system that keeps our air clean, is the Amazon. Well, they're cutting down the Amazon rainforests to make it for farmland. And this is the other reason why I get so fed up about people saying is, oh, well, we can't stop farming because we got to feed more people. No, yes and no. Here's why I say yes and no. You can still farm, and there's no reason why you shouldn't. But do you have to farm by killing all the good trees? Can't you grow crops somehow other than by killing the trees in the Amazon rainforest? Wouldn't it be possible to do that? What about, for example, the fact is that we do this for our animals? What about ourselves? Why don't we spay and neuter ourselves? We don't have to have kids. We don't need to bring more life into the world. The world is a freaking mess as it is. It's time to people go get themselves spayed and neutered, and then they can have all the fun they want, and there will be no children involved, and we can seriously start getting the population of the Earth down to a more sustainable capacity, which is what they should be doing, instead of trying to tell us that, oh, we got to find a way to grow more crops. But at the same time, you're poisoning the earth, you're poisoning the air, and you're poisoning the water, and you keep saying it's just two or three major gases, and that the rest of the situation of contamination of the earth, air, and soil doesn't matter. That's stupid thinking. That's stupid thinking. No, we don't need a carbon tax. We need to find ways to encourage people to be less polluting throwing less garbage in the air, less garbage in the water, and less garbage in the dirt. And we gotta try to find ways to better recycle and make the recycling economically feasible. Okay? Yeah, there are gonna be some things that don't really recycle well. Okay? For example, I mean, like, there's certain chemicals that don't break down properly without a lot of help. Lithium-ion batteries are not exactly known for being recycling friendly, and depending on the way the battery is made, recycling can be very complicated. But there are things that we can do. Carbon taxes by themselves isn't going to help. Because what it's going to do is you're just shifting one carbon dioxide production from one place to another place. That doesn't solve the problem. If you want to cut back on carbon dioxide population, that's fine. But what about industrial pollutants? Those are problems. Industrial. We all know that China is known for industrial pollutants. What are we doing about them? Oh, I know that they say they want to be green. They try to be green. Guess what? They can't produce enough electricity. Plants have to shut down because of the shortage of electricity during certain times of the day. Because there's not enough sustainable energy. That's, again, there needs to be something done to get people to consider green energy alternatives, but we need to find a way to do it in a way that works for everybody. I'm not sure what the best plan is. But right now, the problem is just that. If you look at even prior to the 1800s, prior to the Industrial Revolution, we did not do the same level of destruction that we're doing to the earth today. We didn't do as much damage at all. People did not have big, huge population centers. They did not have electricity in everyone's home. Like I meant, they didn't even have candles, for that matter, because candle wax was extremely hard to get. But what we do know is that each individual family was self-sustaining. They had to. They had to raise their own crops. They had to have their own farms because they didn't have grocery store chains. So if you want to avoid having a medieval lifestyle, then we gotta stop this BS right now because it's you gotta think locally. I think it's time to gotta start thinking on a smaller scale. Because communities themselves, for example, let's say where I live, Connecticut. Connecticut has a certain environmental impact on the planet. Okay? Right now, it's all modern industrialized cities like Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, whatever. These areas are major power consumers for the state. But on the other hand, compare Ashford, Wellington, Winston, Torrington, Norfolk, Canaan, Kent, Salisbury, Lakeville, etc., etc. They're little small towns. They don't use that much energy, but they have a lot of room for growing crops. These places are the ones that could easily supply a lot of the nutrients and foods for the bigger cities in Connecticut. The problem is that developers have basically bought the land to build condominiums and housing projects on them, not for growing crops. So basically, trying to cram in more people into a place that could have easily fed at least the major cities in Connecticut. That's just an example of what I'm talking about. If we focused on the local economy, for example, let's say, Colebrook, let's say make it smaller. Colebrook is an agricultural area. If Colebrook was to say, okay, we have enough land, I can easily feed, say, Winston and Riverton, and also kind of agricultural too. We can feed you guys, say, about 10% of your food. And then Torrington, of course, will say, well, I can get food from Harrington, I can get food from Goshen. That would mean that if all the small towns got together, they probably could feed the whole state. Some people may have to still import, but they could still get, most of the people can get the food from within the state itself. Yes, they did. They did. Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. They did. But we're not doing that much better, are we? We do the same thing, right? We tear down clean-cut forests to build agricultural mega farms. And then where does the wood end up? It ends up building houses, okay, or used for furniture or things like that. But I don't see anyone in the I don't see. I mean, the forest steward conservatorship is trying to encourage proper forestry to replant what you've taken out. So in other words, if you took out oak, you put back in oak. Well, realistically, what's going to happen is you're going to take out oak trees, you're going to put back in pine, because pine grows back fast. The problem is pine's a softwood, whereas oak is a hardwood. So the the forestry steward conservation cooperative is trying to make changes, but they got to make sure that you be responsible, and that's gotta be a little hard because there are some people that don't want to do that. It's just because they say there's too much time, too much money, not enough, to be worth it, economically feasible. Again, there's the money thing. Okay, it has to be economically profitable. Excuse me, but if you're going to want to have clean air, clean water, clean soil, that should be your profit. You want those things, and someone's going to have to foot the bill. Okay, it's just a fact. If you're gonna, but don't. It's not just a matter of saying it's just CO2 or it's just CH4 or it's SO2. It's not. Okay, because if you're gonna worry about climate change and you want to talk about climate cleanup, it's got to be the entire issue. What the Environmental Protection Agency was for was the total cleanup of production from industrial pollutants and making sure that American water, soil, and air was clean. That's why Donald Trump told them, get back to your main work. It's not just a stupid CO2. You are responsible for making sure that American water, air, and soil are clean and healthy. And that's what he did. That's why he told them to get back to their main task. People cry about resources below ground, oil, gas, metals, but we only have touched a small part of what lays below. Perhaps, but look at all the toxic shit that we've done to get that stuff. How much damage have we done with fracking? For example, how much damage is done by strip mining? Or even, heaven forbid, subterranean mining. It still has a damage factor. You're going underground in mine shafts, digging out minerals, rocks, and things like that. Okay? Where does all that dirt from boring out those mines go? You see what I'm saying? It's not just a simple problem. It's a way more complicated than that. It's way more complicated. Oh, absolutely. Electric cars are a major problem. It's a great idea, but the problem is that we don't have enough utility generating capacity right now to drive electric cars. Maybe we're going to change that. I mean, for right now, maybe we can get more nuclear power plants online. I know what people say about nuclear waste, and it is a problem. But right now, we do not have enough carrying capacity with solar and wind and hydroelectric to handle all the automotive needs of the United States. That's not enough capacity right there. And that is an issue that we need to look into. We already got people saying that the Midwest is going to be seeing rolling blackouts because there's not enough energy available. Because over 100 fossil fuel plants have shut down in this year alone. Okay, so it's a complicated balancing act that nobody wants to do. It's just going to take a lot of time. If the World Economic Forum and the Davos Group is really seriously the brain trust that everybody thinks they are, then I would like to see them come up with a definitive, solid plan that factors in everything that we've said, from environmental pollution of air, water, and soil, to the needs of the American and the world population, such as food, housing, and clean drinking water, and sanitation for the management for the wastewater. And housing is obviously going to be a factor because our population is growing. So unless you get spayed and neutered, they're just going to keep contributing to the problem because you're going to have more kids, which is going to increase the population to go up. This is not, of course, you can abstain from sex too. That still counts as voluntary birth control, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's got to be looked at it from all angles. And like I said this morning, like Lumi told me, she said when she was watching her dream, she said, I'm getting a splitting headache. There's so many factors here that I don't even know where to start. I said, well, yeah, let's get up. But basically, I think you have to look at the biggest factors first. The elephant in the room, the one that sometimes the people on the left keep thinking is not a problem, which is environmental pollution. Right now, the whole Western U.S. is facing water rationing. Not just California. The whole Western U.S. is in a drought. It's not just California now. It is going eastward every, 3 months, 4 months? It's going more eastwardly. So someday soon, we've had droughts in Connecticut too, but not recently. But if we see enough of that water loss, someone say, well, what about desalination plants? Great idea, except they're energy intensive. But California had one, but the plant fell into disrepair and they never used it. Yeah, I'm still alive. Yeah, there's 8 of us here. Even if you did everything you could, wouldn't China and India just undo the progress? Yeah, because both China and India have some of the largest populations. They would have to be a part of the program. But if we could start by showing them as an example that we're going to fix our own air, our own soil, and our own water, then maybe we could eventually show them how they can do theirs on a lower cost, because a lot of it in India is money. In China, it's a government that has some resources that just doesn't care to, because the government mandated industries don't care. They just want to make products and ship them out to you as fast as they can. All right, let's talk about another thing. Let's talk about the e-waste, because that's an issue that affects every modern day civilization. We mentioned recycling lithium-ion batteries. I'm talking both the small little ones like you find in your flashlight to the big ones you find in your Tesla or your Nissan Leaf. First question is, what is the easiest way to recycle lithium-ion batteries? Because the problem is taking them apart is hazardous, dangerous, and basically very, very toxic environments. How do you disassemble them without exposing your workers to nasty chemicals? I don't have the answer to that because each battery is made a different way. And let's see. Andrew S. says, I think China and India will forever have disputes. Whoever gets India on a side of a conventional dispute at least will have the upper hand. Well, right now, the thing is to get both countries to want to work for the common goal of cleaning the earth up, cleaning the environment up. Like has been said many times, the people in India have said is, how many rupees is this going to cost us? How many rupees per year is this going to cost us to clean the air, the soil, and the water? when we can barely even make sure that in our major cities we have at least clean sanitation for wastewater? That's a great question because you got a local problem and you got a global problem. I would say the first thing we got to do is fix the local problems first. And then once we get our local issues dealt with, then you can start working on the global problems. Because you can't. I mean, it's like if I take a chocolate cake, and I love chocolate cake. Could you see me like Cookie Monster take that whole cake and just pour it down my throat in one big glop? A choke. First of all, even if it was like a Hostess cupcake, it would never fit down my throat. Okay. However, what if you take little bites of cake? What if you, for example, slice the cake into small little pieces, and then you eat the pieces of cake? You don't choke, and you also still enjoy the cake. It just takes you longer to eat it. That's all. Well, it's the same thing with the world. If you're going to fix the world problem, you got to work on it in small parts. You can't do it all at once. There's just too much. How do you deal yourself with e-waste? That's a good question because I don't really know what to do with it. I try to. I don't even know who recycles lithium-ion batteries. I haven't figured that out yet. There are things I don't know where to dispose of the waste. I got lithium-ion batteries. I don't know what to do with. I got a whole bag of them, and I don't know where to throw them. So what am I supposed to do with the lithium-ion batteries when I don't even know where the nearest lithium-ion battery recycling center is? Yeah. Andrew, that's what I'm saying. You got to look at the problem on a smaller level because of territorial disputes. There's one village, one community at a time, may be the only way you can get it done. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just going to take a lot longer. But if you listen to some of the people who talk about this concerns, they say we've already passed the point of no return. And that may be true, but if it's better that we start now than never. Some people just say, it's too late, what's the point? Well, maybe we can still make a difference. It just might not be as major positive impact right away. Yeah, there definitely is the old aristocracy with all that power doing everything they can to continue their lifestyles of living lavishly and the rich and famous. That is still going to be a problem. But eventually the old men do die off and the newer, younger people come in, and then maybe those younger people may be a little more understanding and willing to say, well, gee, you know what? We got to fix the issue at hand. And so yeah, they might change, but it's gonna take a while. Oh, okay. I'll give you my Discord server link. All right, sure thing. Did you block Nightbot? Because if you did block Nightbot, you wouldn't know about it. But I'll get it for you. I mean, the most important thing you'll discover on my Discord server, we have a lot of different people, different ideas, mindsets that would be more than willing to talk to anybody. I'll just copy this in case you don't see it. Because so many people keep blocking my Nightbot, so my Nightbot doesn't get a chance to... there we go. So I just posted it to you. For your information, I will be calling the state of Connecticut to come and investigate its situation at the hospital, at the rehab, at the inaccessibility at the apartment. Okay, sure, absolutely. You just let me know when they're going to come by. I'm going to suspect from what you saw at the rehab, the situation with Ed is absolutely unacceptable. Oh, I mean, I think okay. Yeah, I'll let them in. Yeah, I don't have a problem. There's nothing here. There's no drugs. There's I've been working cleaning that place. But if they're talking about for the Americans with Disabilities Act, yeah, this place is definitely not handicapped accessible for Ed. This place would not meet the requirements. They would not be able to install the kind of safety apparatus that he needs. Um, uh, well, I'm still working out. Okay. So let's see. It sounds like Stan has got some fresh stuff to tell me here somewhere. Okay, I just waved to you. Glitch, there you go. Said hello to you. Stan CT. So Stan, if you would like to give us in Discord what's a heads up of what's going on, that would be wonderful. It would Ed, because I know Ed is rightfully concerned. And if what you're saying is true, and what Ed is saying is true, that he's not getting the proper care, yeah, the state of Connecticut definitely is going to have to get involved here. Because someone's taking advantage of the patients in that place, and it doesn't sound like it's a person that really is worried more than dollars and cents. So Stan, if you would like to give us a quick recap, here you could, because people are rightfully asking what's going on with Ed, and from what I know, from what Ed has said to me, besides accusing me of putting a hex on him and all this other stuff, he seemed to be saying so he's not getting the care he needs. If you don't let them in, they will put Ed back in the apartment. I'm still at work. I'll go see him later. And when are they gonna come by? Because I do a morning show. Did you let them know what times I'm usually up? It's usually around 9 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 9 usually, so that they know. Okay, so investigate its situation at the hospital, the rehab center, and apartment. Yeah. It's just situation with the situation with Ed is just absolutely unacceptable. Alright, I'll be on the lookout for them. I'm surprised they're not making an appointment with me to actually schedule, make sure it's not going to be right smack dab during my video show, my YouTube channel show. Well, get out of here, spammer. Get out of here, you spammer. Get out of here. Get out of here. Unwanted commercial spam. Goodbye. Bop. Alright. Okay. Those apartments are not good for someone in this condition. Absolutely not. No, they are not. We do have an elderly lady live downstairs on the second floor, and she's like me. She's much more ambulatory, and she does walk okay. Ed's situation has much worse, and is definitely way out of his range for safe housing. When they come, they come. You will have to stop. Oh no, I'll let them in, but they're gonna go ahead and they're gonna interview me, that's fine. They'll talk to me, that's fine. And if I'm on my show, they're gonna be sitting in my hot seat like my landlord was, and they're gonna be sitting there and they're gonna be talking to my audience, and they're gonna give the full report on my channel to my audience of what they found. Because this is gonna be sure it's documented, clarified, quantified, verified, and everybody will know everything about everything, so that no one's gonna sit there going, someone's lying. There. The fact is that they are on the third floor is comical. I think wants to bar Ed out. No. It's nothing like that. Like Brian K. said, he's right. He said the fact that they are on the third floor is almost comical to the situation. Ed cannot handle the third floor. Okay, the bathroom is too small for any kind of adaptive accessories. There's no room in here for a kind of lift that he's going to need. There's no room for the kind of couch or bed he's going to need. This was never designed for the situation for a person like that. Now, maybe the landlord could have arranged with the Planning and Zoning Commission and gotten an easement to take their empty storefront downstairs and turn it into an apartment. However, I don't know how well that would go, but that's certainly an option. No, Michelle, you're not calling all the shots and putting the state investigators in your show. Well, that's what I'm saying. Let them know that I have a show. I'm on YouTube, and that it's usually between 10 and 1, and that they need to be sure to let me know the day and time so I can actually plan for that. Because I am calling the shots because they're going to come in my apartment. That's absolutely fine. I don't know how long it will take them to find out that the bathroom is too cramped for Ed. I don't know. I think that alone might be enough. He definitely the bathroom is his biggest Achilles heel. It is too small for Ed. Yeah. Michelle, that was a bit. Stan, I understand sentiment, but she would only be filming inside her own domicile. Put the cameras on them and remind them that they're guests in your home. Right, that they're guests in my home. I mean, first of all, let's look at the fact, and Stan, I'm sure you told us that. There is no elevator here. There is no lifts here. There's no handicapped accessible ramps here. The bathroom in my apartment is definitely not handicapped accessible for most people. And the building was built in 1911, and back then it wasn't a thing. I guess they didn't think about it so much in 1911. She has to protect herself, and it's not against the law to let people film people in your home. Absolutely, it's not against the law, especially if you're coming in during my YouTube show. If you had called me up and said, "Hi, we're coming to investigate for Ed, Mitch, what times would be a good time for me to come see your home?" And I would have said, "Okay, well, I have a morning show from usually 10 to 1, Monday through Saturday." And they could say, okay, we can come in the afternoon at, say, 1:30, 2 o'clock. And I say, fine. But if they come right conveniently, decide to drop it when it's convenient for them, and that must be during my morning show, I'm not going to stop my show because they're there. Because all they want to do is look at in that case, since you're here, I'm going to continue the show, and you now are going to be the guest of honor. And so you're going to be, which is related to what everybody said. They'd like to know about the inside of my apartment. So, in that case, I'd set up the LC. We'll be basically walking around and say, okay, here's my apartment. This is the bathroom. This is probably going to be Ed's biggest issue. He's going to have to figure out how he's going to get a proper lift to get him into the top. I don't know how he would do it. That we do have a shower set up here, but the problem is it's not going to help him if he can't find put the special bench that I did find him in the tub so he can sit on it. He has sat on it, but it took a lot of work to get him in there and a lot of work to get it out. Well, they might find you also unable to stay in the apartment. I don't think so, Stan. There is a bit of a difference. Is that I'm much more ambulatory than Ed is. So which means right there may give me a reason to say to them, sorry, you're not coming in. Because there is a difference between me and Ed. Since I've been here for all these years. See, now, that's a good question, Brian K. On what grounds? First of all, I'm not the person in question. Okay? The investigation isn't for me. It's for Ed. Considering the fact is that, number one, the difference between me and Ed is I'm ambulatory and I'm walking and I'm doing things and I am, active. So there's no reason to start packing because I'm not the one who needs to relocate because I can't walk up and down the stairs. Because I do walk up and down the stairs every day. So if you'd like to answer Brian K's question, I would love to hear your answer, Stan. Because I'm willing to talk about this, but I would like to know why you would say that statement. Because Brian K is just as curious as I am. Since I'm not the reason they would be coming. I mean, that's a big difference here. If it was me that was having the problems, I would probably have already planned to get out of here in the first place. But before I even got to that point. The problem is that that's not me. I'm not the one that's having the problems. And so they probably wouldn't involve me at all because it has nothing to do with me. That's fine if you don't let them in, then Ed's coming back, live with you, and you'll be pissed at his fuck that you packed. He asked me to put his train board away. He asked me to pack that stuff. He wanted me to put everything away for him. So I did. I put everything in the closet like he wanted. Now, would you answer Brian K's question? He wants to know what your argument about why you think that they would say, I can't live here. And you didn't even answer that question. So what's the story, Stan? So what? Like Brian K asked you, said on what grounds? Michelle should just let them in so they can see the apartment is not set up for handicapped equipped. I don't see Michelle as being physically handicapped, and I don't see how HHS would either. Stan says, Michelle Marie, they may find you too disabled to reside there. Oh, excuse me, Stan. Now, the way you now make it sound like to me is, I've been living here since 2007. I've been actively living here on my own since 2007 in the same identical apartment for all these years. And my medical doctor will back me up. My medical doctor, Dr. Lummy Bio, has written plenty of letters showing that I am quite capable of living on my own. So I'm not the subject here. I live here, and we lived here too. So in one sense, you're saying is that I should let them in because, yes, he does have a valid problem. But I don't have the same problems because I can walk, and I do walk, and I do a lot. But you're not qualified to render an opinion on the matter. That's not what they're looking for, Endora. They're looking for is, can Ed safely navigate into the tub with his leg problems? They want to know if he can safely navigate into the tub. He can't. Because the kind of assistive technology he needs, I don't have, which would be the minimum of a shower stall. I have a tub. I have an old cast iron tub. And the problem is what they're looking for is accessibility. But Stan, they have hurdles to overcome. It's not like they have a blank check to kick people from their homes without due cause. Right, in this case, there is issues, but there are issues that have been reported over the years. Right now, what they're looking for is the Americans with Disabilities Act. Can this apartment be made ADA qualified for Ed to stay here? I'm not the subject of the investigation. I'm just an individual that lives here and has no problem living here. Oh, I'm not saying we don't have problems with bugs, but that's not what they're looking for, Stan. Please understand that. What they're looking for, as I said, is can Ed safely get into the bathroom? Can he safely take a bath? Can he safely get into the kitchen? Can he get downstairs? There is no fire ramp, so he can't ride the scooter down to the ground floor. That ramp would have to be 30 feet. It was 300 feet long. Now, if you can visualize, if you will, building a switchback ramp going up 30 feet in the air at 1% grade would mean that your ramp would have to be 300 feet long. And that landlord is not going to build that. Although it's a lot cheaper than an elevator, which he certainly ain't going to build. I know what you're saying. There is no way they would let him stay there with infestation. It's not against the law in a place with bugs. No, but it's not. And the thing is Stan, is what you may not realize is maybe you're used to a hygienically place that's sterile and perfect. But unfortunately, where I live is where I can afford. Now, we already discussed this in the past, that yes, there should be some need to look into alternative housing. And like I told you on the phone, the first question that comes up is, where? I haven't decided what state, never mind city. I mean, I'm thinking maybe the Midwest somewhere. But where? You got a drought problem that is starting to come eastward. You have farmers are going to be looking for, I don't know what they're going to do. But the thing is that for me to move to another state, like you said, you may need residency to before you can get on certain housing programs. How are you going to do that when you have no money really available to pay for even moving across town, never mind to another state? Back to this crap again. All right. Report the scammer. Unwanted commercial spam. All right. Okay. Oh wait, I just clicked on the right one. You did. Okay. Well, then why is this still there? I don't know. Report commercial spam. Okay, there we go. Now I nailed it. Whoever comes to inspect all the mandated law to report to the inspection. Whoever comes to inspect will be mandated by law. The building housing inspector in Winston knows about the bugs. They've known about it for years when they first came in here with the people from South America that brought them in here. We used to have black ants, now we have cockroaches. Because the black ants get killed by all the cockroaches that came from South America. So, you know, wants to wear the same dress for a month. It's not against the law. Elderly Protective Services. Okay. And we all know that Ed does have some very valid problems, that we all know that he can't stay here. And I will simply put on a statement right there with them and say, my bathroom is not set up for Ed at all. There is no way he can get into my bathroom. There's no way he can easily get in the shower. He has told me he can't get in the shower because it says it's too high. My landlord may have an opportunity for him in another apartment downstairs, but that tub is too low for me. Whereas this tub is just the right height for me to lift myself out of the tub. It's too low for me. The fiberglass ones are too low. So unfortunately, we have completely different needs. You cleaned up much today? I don't know if it necessarily makes them uninhabitable, but yeah, I'm a senior. I'm gonna be 55 next year. According to Connecticut, will be a senior next year. But the point of the program is the Brian Stan is I'm not the one that's having the problem. Okay. And that's something where they might need to talk to Jimmy about, because Jimmy is the landlord who worked it out with Ed in the first place. So Ed may have to, they're going to have to talk to Jimmy and say, you need to put him in a place that is handicapped accessible for his needs. That's not me. This apartment is not it. This apartment was never it. He knew that when he came here. This apartment was not it. But he chose to stay here. Absolutely. Absolutely. And rats. Yeah, absolutely right, Skynet. There are roaches everywhere. Okay, they crawl up in the sewer pipes. And I mean, I don't necessarily like it either, but the thing is like I said, right now with the Oh, this is related to what we're talking about with the housing shortages. There's not enough housing out there right now for everybody because companies like BlackRock have bought a lot of housing that would have been good for starter homes, turn them into rentals, and then jack the rents up so high that the families can't afford them. Now, with the higher prices of groceries and the paychecks haven't adjusted to go with that, they can't afford to buy a house. They're renting. And the companies like BlackRock know this. And so that they're charging more because they know that people will pay because people don't want to be homeless. But sooner or later, something's going to give. And it's not going to be BlackRock losing out. It's going to be the individual who gets evicted because they couldn't pay the rent or mortgage. That's the reality of what's going on. That's the reason why people have got to understand that people are stuck right now. Right. Oh, I'm willing to do some cleaning in the bathroom because that's the one room I need help with. But the thing is it's just the whole situation as right now where Ed is, the medical people are not doing their job. Okay. That's a licensed medical facility and they're not doing their job. That is a big difference from an apartment. Okay? So that's all I can say. Let's see. Any messages? No. No messages. Nothing. Oh yes, I see one on there. Let's see. Oh, let's see. I have. Should be. Oh, that's interesting. What's this message about? Oh, okay. What the car that's stuck. All right. It's not the infestation per day. It's the fact that she's not able to take care of it. Well, I don't know, guys. All I know is this has been a very long video. I have to freshen up. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with some other things today. I do have things to do. I have been cleaning my house and removing a lot of dirt, junk, garbage, crime. Yeah, been doing all that. So, that's the... Now, because this has run long enough, this has exceeded 4 hours, and I would rather just end the show right now and take care of things, and I gotta use the bathroom. I'm not Noodles. I'm not gonna sit there and stream every last firecrackers worth of stuff. But I will see you guys tomorrow, so stay out of trouble. You all have a nice day.